the SAO is the member of EuroSci and also of INTOSci. In EuroSci, and I would like to congratulate to the upcoming presidency of the Supreme Audit Office in this organization. So in EuroSci, the European Court of Auditors is a member of the working group on environmental auditing. And for those who are interested, this working group was established in 1999. So this is not as a new topic. And then from 2020, it is chaired by the SAO of Poland. The next meeting is going to be held in Baku at the beginning of October, and it's going to focus on the extreme changes in weather conditions. I mentioned also INTOSci. In November 2022, the European Court of Auditors has taken over the presidency from Brazil, the Professional Standards Committee, that is for standards for compliance audits, performance audits, and financial audits. And if my information is correct, and I'm looking at Mrs. Gazdova, then the INTOSA is not developing any special standards for verifying sustainability, because this is a topic which is a cross-sectoral topic, so there is no special working group. And the second level, let's look at the audits which the European Court of Auditors is performing as an external auditor of the EU. And I just remind you that we are not only responsible for the financial audit of the EU, but also for verifying whether the funds from this budget were used in an economical, effective, and efficient way. And since EU in the ESG field, although it is not being titled like that, allocates and implements a number of European policies which are in our portfolio. So in our portfolio, we are having such audits like reducing carbon dioxide emissions from passenger cars, EU support for sustainable biofuels in transport, offshore renewable energy in the EU efforts for sustainable soil management, or EU climate and energy targets. And the reports from these audits are available on the website of our institution, and also on our website you will find also the ongoing audits and also the planned audits, and not only in the area of sustainable resource use. For example, in 2023, we published 35 special reports and reviews. Of that, 89% related to topics which are relevant to achieve the UN objective in sustainable development. And the third level is what the audit the European Court of Auditors is doing in the sustainability area. It has been the third year when we are publishing our report on the practices and action in sustainability, and you will find this also on our website. We are providing the overview of the economic, social, and environmental impact of our activity. And when compiling it, we have been inspired by the Global Reporting Initiative. In the part on the economic standards, we are informing not only about economic performance, but also we look at compliance with the procedure for public procurement and fighting the corruption. And this is related to our organization. In the part on social standards, you will find detailed information about the staff of our Court of Auditors, that is geographical composition, that is the country of origin, the statistics on gender equality, information on equality of opportunity, the diversity and inclusion, and also about the training and education. Mr. Kala mentioned some figures, and also I will mention. So, for example, 3/4 of our staff who are in active service at the end of 23 were in the age group 40 to 59, and 73% of our managers are aged 50 plus. So in the following 5 to 10 years, we are awaiting like a renewal of the quite a big portion of our management. So it's like a call for new managers. And overall, we are employing the same share of men and women, but similar as in many organizations, there is a higher proportion of men, 62%, compared to 38% of women on managerial positions. But as far as the managerial positions in audit, the share of women is 50%. In that we are balanced. And then in part on environmental standards, we are referring to our environmental policy and our certification, EMAS certification, and we are looking at the energy consumption in 22, comparing it with 21. And also as auditors, we like trending. So we show the trend from 2014. For example, our carbon footprint has dropped by 25% since 2014. On the other hand, when we look at the water consumption, producing waste and consumption of paper have increased, and that is because the staff has returned to their offices after the COVID pandemics. But looking again at the trend, there has been a significant reduction. In this chapter, we are looking at the impact of our activities on biodiversity, and there we are looking at our mobility and utilization of buildings. So this is something similar what Mr. Kala was presenting. Did you know that we, for example, have an ecological community and the community, and that we have several colonies of bees, and that we have planted roughly 1,000 trees in 2 projects, but not just to show the positives. It is good to also admit that the scope and the level of detail of reporting is certainly not on the same level as what is going to be presented and discussed today. But what is more important, that we have to start somewhere, and we shouldn't pretend that ESG and reporting and verification of sustainable information is not relevant for the public sector. It is relevant, and also for all of us also here in Slovakia. Mr. President, dear guests, I do hope that I have contributed with this information into the mosaics of today's presentations and discussions. And so I hope I have contributed with something interesting from Luxembourg. So thank you again to the Supreme Audit Office, the Finance Ministry, and the Slovak Chamber of Auditors for organizing this event. And I am, of course, staying for the whole day to listen to the discussions and then also informal discussions during the breaks. Wishing you a very productive and nice day.
Thank you very much. Ms. Katarina Kasashova, the member of the European Court of Auditors. And it's my pleasure to welcome and listen to the representative of the institution that is Ms. Daniela Klučková. She is the State Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, and its auspices this conference takes place. As it was mentioned, I'm the 5th in the row. I will perhaps repeat some of the previous statements, but because we took the auspices, we would like to give you a political message, what we expect from this initiative and what we expect from the ESG. Distinguished President of the Supreme Audit Office, distinguished Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, first of all, allow me to express my thanks to the representatives of the Supreme Audit Office for hosting this conference. I believe that we all can agree that sustainability is a very hot topic, and recently it is echoed in our society and also in the EU. This is confirmed by a high interest in the participation in this conference from the business environment and also from the public administration. Whether we want or not, sustainability concerns all of us. The transfer towards sustainable economy has become the main aim of the European Green Deal, and all the member states of the EU committed themselves to implement it. As I mentioned before, this topic is highly topical because we face many challenges that have brought in fast economic growth, climate changes, and increased pressure on the natural resources. The aim of the Slovak Republic and the EU is to seek the way and the method um, to cope with them and to sustain the economic development. We have to be aware of the fact that sustainability is not just a buzzword or a trend, it is a necessity that affects our future generations. Sustainable economy means that we have to reassess our previous practices in the area of production, consumption, and the use of natural resources. We have to look for the solutions that will be friendly to the environment and will at the same time support economic growth and social justice. The European Union puts a great accent on the green transformation and to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. This, however, requires big changes in all the areas: energy, industry, transport, and agriculture. Slovakia has to join these efforts, not only to meet the international commitments, but also to make better life for all of us. An important aspect of sustainable economy is also the development of new technologies. Innovations in the area of renewable sources of energy, energy efficiency, and circular economy are the key to the reduction of our dependence on fossil fuels that result in the minimization of the waste. Investments in these technologies can not only bring environmental benefits, but also new job opportunities, the increase of competitiveness of our economy at the global level. An important part of sustainability is also the social dimension. Sustainable economy, it's not just about ecology and economy, but first of all about people. Our effort should be to make sure that transformation towards sustainability will be just and inclusive. This means that we have support social innovations, we have to combat poverty, inequality, and we have to create a society in which all the people will have access to a healthy lifestyle and life environment and just working conditions. The Ministry of Finance is fully aware of the fact that once we want to fulfill our task without people, it is not possible. Therefore, we stress the care of our employees. Every single employee is an important element of the system creating values. Therefore, an individual approach is necessary, be it the pay based on specific results of an employee or the professional growth. Our ministry offers the employees a lot of training courses, and we also can enjoy the recreation facilities which we have. And we do not have to speak about the support to women. I am an example of it. Of course, our ministry puts accent on the proficiency and experience. The quality of work is not dependent on sex or a belief. It is true that what I'm saying is known to all of us. I even believe that in our work we followed our moral and ethical rules. But the EU brings in a lot of legislative rules which will affect both business and public sectors. One of them is the information on sustainability reporting. This is the main topic of this conference, and our legislation is dealing with it since this April. The extensive law amendment on accounting brings in a lot of requirements, and it also extends the scope of the information. Many companies are concerned how to cope with these new duties, and it was also reflected in the commenting process on this draft law. Several companies stressed that it is demanding to get information, to evaluate it, and to describe it in the annual report. It won't be easy, especially for those who have to fulfill this duty already for this year. Therefore, I welcome this conference as an opportunity to present you the main changes in the law on accounting. An important role in this process will be played by the statutory auditors who will verify the reported information. It won't be easy for them either. I'm pleased that the representatives of the Slovak Chamber of Auditors and the Government Audit Office accepted our invitation to this conference because they can tell you what is ahead of us in the area of sustainability in terms of the auditors. Not only businesses but also public sector uh, is involved in this. Therefore, when the vice president addressed me with the idea to host this conference, I was not hesitating at all, because we may exchange experience and ideas. Dear colleagues, I firmly believe that this conference will offer us a lot of information we did not have a clue of, but also the ideas and solutions which will be sustainable. I would like to express my wish that we will inspire each other and we will support each other on the way towards our common goals. Let me wish you a productive and inspiring day. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to mutual cooperation.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Mozolak is going to close this first block. Mr. Milan Mozolak, the president of the Slovak Chamber of Auditors, and having the statutory auditors in their team. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I will try to follow up to those pre-speakers, so not to repeat things which have been said. And I would like to say how our profession is seeing this sustainability and sustainable development. This is not something which is just seen as long-term plans defined by the European institutions, but it is our common responsibility how to implement it. On behalf of the Slovak Chamber of Auditors, I can confirm that the long-term professional cooperation of the Slovak Chamber of Auditors with the Supreme Audit Office at various levels and in different areas has proven to be successful, also in enforcing the new rules of reasonable social activity in the legislative process which have been defined in the EU directives and regulations. The common challenge of sustainability may have a short name, but it does and will increasingly affect all areas of our lives. Although the profession of licensed professionals in this field And in Slovakia, it is the profession of statutory auditors. It is only at the end of the process of generating, capturing, evaluating, presenting, and verifying sustainability information. But I can state that already now we have approximately 400 graduates of certification training, which is a prerequisite for obtaining license to provide sustainability services. This was achieved thanks to a very good cooperation between the Finance Ministry as a sponsor for legislative conditions, the Office for Audit Supervision as the regulator, and the Slovak Chamber of Auditors as the implementer of certification system of education. Of course, only practice will show how well prepared we are. This conference confirms that this is not just an issue for a limited area of the private sector or society, but it is very important for all of us. The responsible approach to this should not be only formal, but it should reflect the real practical but mainly quality changes. On behalf of our profession, I can confirm that we make every effort to promote the quality of our services. For the future, I consider it important that, among other things, methodologies are put into practice that allow for a greater degree of comparability of the data presented, making it easier to read and making them simpler. This is, of course, difficult to achieve in the conditions of such a great diversity of human activities. However, we are ready to provide feedback from practice where these objectives can be met. To date, we are one of the first EU countries to have developed the first materials and tools to guide the work of sustainability auditors. And this is an ongoing process, and we work on improving them. We will be rewarded with practitioners appreciating the product of our work, and an added bonus if our work is also going to inspire our colleagues in other countries. International exchange of experience and working practices is already a reality in our profession, and it is only natural that it will extend to sustainability as well. I would like to thank the co-organizer, the Supreme Audit Office, for co-organizing this conference. In this fast-changing world, it is very important to communicate, to exchange experience, opinions, and views. So this is certainly going to be beneficial for all conference participants. Thank you for your attention.
After these introductory addresses, I would like to convey you apologies of the president, Mr. Andrassy, because he has to leave to the government meeting. As soon as they finish the meeting, he will join us again. I would like to introduce the second session, which will be full of information. The presenters will speak about the legislation on the audit, but before that, I would like to inform you that you may ask questions via the Slido application. You can download the QR code here or on the panels or via the hashtag. During the panel discussion, we may use your questions, which will be related to the context. In case we will receive a lot of questions, we will not be able to answer all of them. We will make proceedings and your questions will be answered there. So you may use the hashtag or the QR code. You see another QR code, the panelist presentations. Right now, you can find all today's presentations there. So through this QR code, you have access to all the documents, including the bulletin presentations. and they will be available also after the end of the conference. This was about housekeeping, and now I would like to invite the first presenter in this session. That's Ms. Maria Makrowska. She is the director of the Department for Legislation and Methodology of Accounting. She is the person that was supervising the whole process of commenting for the implementation of the EU standards in our legislation. Our presentations are a bit longer, but they will be used as some methodological tools. So you will listen to the basic information, and then you may use the presentations as a reference document. First of all, I would like to express my thanks for the invitation to this conference. My main topic is the transposition of the CSR directive into our national legislation and the law on accounting, because it concerns the auditors. Before I will start speaking about the details, in April 2021, the draft directive was published, and in July 2024, it's the final deadline for the transposition of the directive. This is the final deadline for the transposition into our legislation. I would like to say that the first reporting will be for the accounting period since the 1st of January 2024. This is the deadline for us to transpose the directive, and it was transposed in the form of the law number 105/2024. So I will go you through the law on accounting. We had some information even before, but the reporting was not sufficient because the number of users of the information is growing, and three weaknesses of the present reporting were identified. First, there was an information gap. The gap between what was reported and gap between what was needed, and there was no single European framework, so it was more difficult to compare information. And we know that the information is published in the annual report, and the report has to be published within 12 months after the end of the accounting year, and it was too late. So we have to report the non-financial information, or as it is called nowadays, sustainable information. This information has the same weight as the information on finances, and we will use the uh, single European standards. The information will be presented in a single format, digitalized, and they have to be reliable, and they will be audited by the relevant statutory auditors in Slovakia, for example. There are changes in four main areas. First of all, the uh, uh, entities, then external solutions or external assurances, the way of publishing, and the affected entities. And there you may find the gradual implementation. Concerning the affected entities, they are defined in Article 20C, paragraph 1 and 2 for individual reporting, and in Article 20G for consolidated reporting. So these entities are directly defined there. These are banks, insurance and reinsurance companies, and trade companies. We also make a difference between the emittent and non-emittent. Big emittents cannot uh, use the exceptions, and the small ones have a simplified way of reporting. These entities that are mentioned in the presentation uh, are also divided according to the size. We have separate criteria for this classification. First, this reporting applies to large accounting units and later to small and medium-sized accounting units. They create a fairly big group, therefore they are important for the way of reporting, but they have a simplified reporting and longer deadlines for the simplified reporting. And then a large subsidiary accounting units will have to follow this reporting with the turnover of 150 million euros. The testing will be done according to the present criteria for the companies above 50 employees and meeting the criteria. We also transpose the delegated directive, which changes the size criteria. Because of the inflation, it was increased by 25%, and this new criteria will be applied also to the year 2023. So when I will test two different accounting years, I will use old and new criteria. And first of all, since the 1st of January 2026, small and medium-sized units will have to follow this reporting. All you can find in the temporary provision. You can find there the list of all the companies I mentioned before. All of them will have to follow the new reporting, but the deadlines are different for different sizes and types of the companies. Subsidiary can be exempted in the case that the parent company will do the reporting for it, and it has to be verified by the independent assurer. So the parent company will have to do the same as the subsidiary should do. In this case, subsidiary will be exempted, and in the annual report, the subsidiary will mention that it is exempted, and the data is mentioned in the parent annual report. The subsidiary has to prepare the consolidated um, uh, report and to store it in the chapter closed accounts. Concerning the scope of the information published, some information was reported. We called it non-financial information. As you know, the European Commission uses a new term, sustainable information, because when we use the notion non-financial, there was an impression that this information is not so important. Sustainable information is more extensive and also for the reporting. We have also the description of the objectives and goals. And these objectives have to be divided into short, medium, and long term. This is very good also for those who did not deal with sustainability and they are not quite sure how to present the state of sustainability in their organizations. In this case, for example, they have certain goals they would like to meet, so they just declare that they started to work on it. And last but not least, there are some indicators, including financial information that will have to be reported, but it will be a rather a complementary information. So we will have a short-term, medium-term, and long-term perspective. The accounting units will describe the information and also the procedure for getting the information. This procedure will be verified by the statutory auditor. When we speak about the information on sustainability, it is the information in these three main areas. I will not speak about them because we will have separate panels for it, and the details in individual areas on what has to be reported. You can find it in the single European standards. The EU Commission adopted the full scope regulation of the last December. It stipulates the basic standards for reporting of sustainable information. For small and medium sized emittents, there will be sectoral standards covering risks and aspects of sustainability for the given sector and also standards for the companies from the third countries. All these standards are and will be published as a regulation. We will not implement them in the law, but we will follow them as they will be published. So follow the page of the official journal of the EU and also IFREC. It's a working group which developed these standards and it publishes the draft standards or frequently asked questions. So we have three categories of standards, cross-cut, sectoral, and um, environmental standards, three social standards, and one for the governance. Concerning the reporting, information will be reported if significant. In this case, this is the double materiality principle. It means information about the company, how the products affect sustainability aspects, and vice versa. In this sense, if just one of the materiality is fulfilled, then the information is considered to be significant. Concerning the way of reporting, the information will be reported as part of the annual report. It will be a separate part, but a part of the report. This information is equally important as the financial information. It has to be stressed in the report. The information will be reported in a single format, XMTL. The deadline for the uploading is within 12 months after the end of the accounting period. So this applies to all annual reports and to all new documents. For example, the report on assurance by the statutory auditor. We have a new novelty. It's so-called external assurance. We have the Slovak Chamber of Auditors, and they will describe it in details. Only statutory auditor can do it. The accounting unit can decide whether it will be the same uh, statutory auditor or another auditor. It has to be an auditor with the relevant license. The list of auditors is kept by the Government Audit Office. because we are in the beginning, the auditors are only listed. So check your auditor whether he or she has the license or is waiting for the license. The statutory auditors will verify content, compliance with the standards, the procedure of the accounting unit, and requirements on taxonomy and marking of the information. Concerning the assurance, this is the same as for the traditional statutory audit. So it has to be carried out within 1 year after the end of the accounting period. The selection of the auditor has to be approved by the General Assembly of the company. Requirements to the statutory auditor, they have to have the relevant license. They will be checked by the relevant authorities. They have to be independent, attending lifelong learning, and so on and so forth. Finally, I would like to stress the fact for whom is this information reported, who will check the information, who will impose sanctions. We have some sanctions in place. Some other sanctions were added, and the tax offices also audit the accounting, but uh, sanction is also applied to the users of the information. Financial institutions, for example, are represented here, and they will tell us more about it. Then the value chain has to follow the directives and also employees. Social area is one of the sustainability. So this is interesting for employees and potential employees and also general public. They may get this information in the analysis provided by various agencies. So there are a lot of duties ahead of us, but we should consider it an opportunity to present our goal and an opportunity to present our achievements. And sustainability will be one of the criteria which will be assessed, and the users will evaluate it. Sustainability will be one of the criteria. And in the end of the day, we will support investments that support the transition to the sustainable economy. And this is our main goal. Thank you very much for your attention. This was briefly about the law on accounting. This is my email address. If you have any questions, you may get in touch with me via the email or personally today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation from the Finance Ministry. This is a key part of our blog. Now I would like to invite the Czech Finance Ministry, and this is going to be presented by Mr. Koba, who is responsible for taxes and also the ESG area. Well, thank you for your invitation, and I'm here together with my colleagues, so of course we can talk during the breaks. And I have a colleague with me who is an expert on this issue, so please just stop him and we can talk about any details. In my presentation, I will focus on those things which have not been mentioned so far, and maybe those which are not in common, because those which are based on the directive have either been already presented or will be presented. So this just a reference to the directive. So this is just the basic information if you want to use this presentation for anything else. And of course, the implementation deadline is common for both Slovakia and Czech Republic. Also, the scope This has been mentioned. Just a short comment on this. We cannot say that these are just not large large entities, but this I would call significant entities because of the reporting. As we mentioned, large ones and then medium and small entities, and then we are focusing on those which are listed on the stock exchange. There we focus on where we have a number of partners, and those partners could be interested in certain type of reporting. And this is actually showing the same method as when we have the reporting just for financial accounting purposes. There we have the more detailed description of those four phases. This is a requirement of the EU, and theoretically the member state can have a more progressive approach, and this is certainly not our case. So we are just following these individual phases for the implementation, which is taking us until 2028. And again, just a short comment from me. This approach from the EU that these obligations are first placed on the large entities and then broken down to first to test it on a relatively small sample of entities which are more able to get oriented in these areas. And then those smaller entities then can follow the examples, and it can be extrapolated for a larger number of entities. And now about the implementation in the Czech Republic, because of our internalities, we have in principle added it together with the law which has been already presented to our parliament, and then we had this implementation amendment where we connected it with the second pillar and some additions which are there because of the OECD requirements. So this is just as an example of the Czech Republic. And then we have the new act on the accounting, which will make it easier for us because of the reporting. We are putting it in a different light, and it is also connected with the material and formal change in the approach, which is captured in the new legislation. Then I will skip some of these slides because it just gives you a more detailed description, and then this shows you the approach of the Czech Republic to the transposition. So we are for the minimalistic implementation. That is that we are going to utilize the maximum possible discretions. That is some delayed effectiveness for small and medium enterprises. Because if the entity has only limited approach, so there will be no obligation for these entities. And where we see the biggest benefit is that we are going to have a unified standard, which is going to be created. Because reporting these environmental, social, and government impacts, it has been here for a long time. And of course, if somebody is bringing or transporting material in different ways, also from the methodological point of view, we can't present it differently. And then the question is whether the saving is going to be reported by the transporting company or the end user. And surely every approach will have certain pros and cons. And once we select a certain approach, also because of the accounting purposes, we can consider some method to be peculiar, but it will allow me to compare the entities. And then when reading the reports, as somebody who is already familiar with what is the content. He can use this report adequately. So the key benefit of this directive is to create this uniform framework, which is like a doctrine, and where we can delegate this power to the Commission, which will create this framework. And we, as the Czech Republic, we were skeptical and we had certain reservations whether this obligation should be placed on somebody or some entity, and to look at the usability of this reporting, which because this is various, and then looking at the implementation where this cost benefit effect is not going to come out positive. So we were more skeptical to have this obligation on the nationwide scope. But what is a key matter, which is typical for all the member states, whether those entities who will have a mandatory reporting, whether somebody can join them as a voluntary. For example, if they are looking for some interesting or attractive financing from the banks, because there are various aspects which are very interesting. The reporting is not just the sake of reporting itself, but the key implementation in the business area is that it's not just to put something on the website, but that I can use this reporting as a supporting documentation for the measures or actions which I'm going to take. So the environmental audits and to connect these results with some measures, let's say, which I'm going to take. So this may be interesting in this context. I will just shortly mention what we are changing in the Act on Accounting. We are leaving the term annual report and we are calling it a management report. And I did not mention one focal point of this implementation. This is connected with creating the framework, which is greenwashing. And that is how I'm going to report what I'm reporting and where I'm reporting it. There is a certain methodological issue there, but certainly the inclination to the environmental aspect is used as a marketing tool, and certain inclination to exaggerate certain benefits and consider less important certain other aspects. So this is going to prevent this. Some of the impacts of this is that if somebody is declaring that he's doing this reporting, it must follow these mandatory rules. So it does not apply that it is voluntary, so I can voluntarily draft or compile this report as I want, but it is that I voluntarily want to join the reporting, but it must, of course, follow the formal requirements. Because the previous presentation was about the methodology and the practical use, I would focus on how we are going to do the verification of the outputs from the reporting. This is going to be the responsibility of auditors. And although I said at the beginning that there could be some alternative like ESG chamber, which will just cover these type of auditors. And it was, or there were some considerations that these auditors would be or could be members of both chambers. But as a result of this consideration about the cost-benefit ratio, the result was that the existing auditors will do this, but will have to extend their qualification with this ESG. This just describes the function of the audit Chamber of Auditors, and the principles according to which we are verifying the reporting, but the functions may be differing in some aspects. And here we have some of the deadlines because the verification of the reports, there is some delay, of course, and then, of course, it turns over to the next year. I first have to produce the report, and then there is a certain deadline by which the report is verified. But one of the benefits why the existing auditors are going to do these audits, because the sustainability reporting has two aspects. First, to verify the sustainability, that is the correctness of those savings and fairness of the savings, and then the compliance with the other audits. Uh, if we would have auditors who are not familiar with the ESG, they are not able to match the validity of these as those auditors who have this extra qualification. Now I'm getting to what is the prerequisite for this auditor profession in our country. When we take the assumption that all our auditors would have this ESG extra qualification, that would be part of their continuous training and education. But of course, we need to overbridge this transitional period, and it shows some priority axis for the training, which should be relevant for the auditors. And we believe that by end of 26, all should have passed this training. Just for an idea, there will be 5 half-day webinars and 1 two-day webinar. So it's not something like a half a year of training. This is thanks to that the principles of this audit are actually identical. I already mentioned this, that the new candidates for the auditor profession should have already this training and auditor exam. And just the last point which I wanted to mention is the aspect which we are awaiting, and that is to issue the auditor standards by the Commission. However, by the time these are issued, according to our opinion, it is possible to use the existing standards because the verification of the outputs should be governed by the same principles, and I do not assume that somebody is going to invent something new and something very different. So thank you very much again for inviting me and for this cooperation.
Many thanks, Mr. Kolba. I would like to invite Ms. Denka Kvaskova. She is from the Slovak Chamber of Auditors as the member of the presidency. I just would like to attract attention of the speakers to follow the time. Zdenka, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I will try to keep the time limit. But first of all, I would like to thank the Supreme Audit Office and the management of the office, the president, the vice president, and the Director General for the perfect organization of this event and for the opportunity to work together in organization of this event. I'm supposed to talk about the role and responsibilities of the auditor and the Slovak Chamber of Auditors. I will mention only most important things. I've prepared slides. You may have a look at them in case you are interested in, but I will just pick the most important items. The directive was presented. It introduces the obligation of mandatory verification and requirements for the statutory auditors. We know that the EU legislation was transposed to our legislation. What will the auditors do? It was already mentioned. This is briefly mentioned. We will verify the compliance with this directive and CSR directive with the requirements for digitalization. It will be necessary to present the data that would be readable by machines. We will have to verify formats and to have technical software and to get knowledge. This will be a more difficult area than compliance with the EU taxonomy requirements. I will not go into details. I like to talk about these activities, but we do not have time. But you can read it in my slides. What kind of form of assurance we can expect from the auditors? We know that they will verify these four areas. The form of assurance, there are two forms, either limited assurance or adequate assurance. You know that in the verification, we usually work with the adequate assurance. For example, closing accounts reflect the financial situation of the company. It's a positive assurance. When we speak about the limited assurance, it means that the reported information on sustainability is not in line with the valid legislation. So it's a bit lower level of assurance. In the first years, we will use this limited assurance. It will be re-evaluated, reassessed, and then we will go toward the adequate assurance. You see the deadlines for the validity. Later, I will tell you what the auditors will do before the assurance standards will appear. You can read about the order for limited assurance. I'm just saying it because one of the tasks of the auditor is to be transparent and easily communicating. The reports have to be understandable. So it is necessary to communicate, explain the client the difference between what is in the closed accounts and in assurance. These are further responsibilities of the auditors, of course, communication, then ethics. The Czech colleagues explained it very well. The code of ethics, then regulated function in general. You may ask whether auditors will be able to react to these requirements because they are new. Our auditors attended special education. It lasted from September last year till this April. The chamber issued the certificates on the education, and this certificate will be attached to other documents submitted by the auditors, and then they will get the certificate and the license showing that the auditors are uh, authorized or eligible to do their job. Of course, they have to attend continuous education activities. We can assume uh, and that the basic knowledge on valid legislation uh, is known. A- About 400 auditors are interested in this kind of education. So we will see how many of them will get the license. What are the opportunities for the auditors? We will have to check information, so they have to prepare for it. They have to have special software. They may um commission the software from the third entity. How can the Slovak Chamber of Auditors help? First, that's the methodological activity. Here we see the Slovak Chamber of Auditors. We have international relations, but I would like to mention the main task of us. That's the guideline of the Slovak Chamber of Auditors, because the standard procedure does not exist yet. They will be adopted in 2026, 25, 26. But these guidelines mention the procedure of the auditors. This guideline has about 60 pages. The EU and our national legislation assumes that before the EU standards are valid, the national standards or some internal regulations could be used. And this is what we have. The internal regulation should be submitted to the EU with the information that it will be used. This is all about it, but don't be afraid that the auditors will not know what they should do. These guidelines refer to Inside 3000. This is a standard for the assurance services, though it does not specifically cover sustainability. In the guidelines, you may get really basic information for the auditors. The quality control and monitoring of the quality will be important for the activities of the Slovak Chamber of Auditors. So our auditors uh, are preparing for this activity. Of course, they will attend various courses. They can use various international um, webinars, workshops. And I would like to also mention cooperation with the Supreme Audit Office, but also with the relevant bodies of the state administration. Perhaps I would like to say that uh, I would like to offer cooperation with our chamber in case some project that will focus on getting finances for the auditors or auditor communities for education, technological adaptation processes, because this may mean a lot of money to be spent not only on the acquiring of knowledge but also of technical equipment in case such projects will be uh, prepared. Then let us know, and our chamber will be more than happy to cooperate, because I believe that these obligations will not be so black, but will become more and more green. That's all from my part. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your discipline, for professionalism, the proposal for project. And last speaker in this block, Mr. Shulai, who is currently as an advisor to our president. Don't be afraid, we are going to discuss the auditor issues during the panel discussions. Dear colleagues, I have this handicap that I'm the last one, so I'm a bit afraid if I can fit in to my time limit. I would like to first of all appreciate all of the presentations before me, that is by the Ministry of Finance and the Chamber of Auditors. So we heard about the criteria which are related to sustainability reporting. We heard about the transposition of this directive into our national legislation and what are the four areas which the auditor has to look at to be able to grant its statement. Now I'm going to look at the challenges of the public sector. You may ask why public sector, because we are actually talking about the business sector. According to our accounting law, it mentions mainly business sector and not the public sector. But on the other hand, there is an important role because the public sector includes also those institutions who are creating the legislative conditions, but also the criteria so that we can comply with the legislation. That is the finance ministry, the financial administration, because somebody would have to audit these reports. So we should also analyze the data from these reports. That means that we will have to then also incorporate it into the program and the budgets submitted by the government to the National Council. Talking about challenges, so you may agree, you may not agree with these challenges, but the conference should be also about proactive approach, not just receiving information. So I will talk about these 7 challenges. I hope I will get to all of these and I would have the time to say at least the basic information. First one is the different reporting, sustainability reporting between the business sector and the public sector. We heard that the business sector is obliged to also assess the areas which are non-financial, that is sustainability information. So we are looking at the business sector through different optics. We are looking at not only the financial information, but also this sustainability information, whether the entity has used the resources in an optimum manner, whether created the conditions for its employees, and whether the company was established for that business purpose and not just utilizing the resources and then exploiting on it and enjoying the benefits somewhere else. So monitoring and this information is also important for the public sector and is one of the basic tools how to monitor business, not only business but also in public sector. For example, the parliament and the government who are responsible for the implementation of not only the regulations, because it should adopt these and agree with them, we use different mechanisms and different tools. And one of these mechanisms is the Recovery and Resilience Plan. You know that this was based on the Green Deal and then the Financial Action Plan, so that the Green Deal can be implemented. And then these Recovery and Resilience plans were developed, allocating certain amount of financial funding. And when I look at this Recovery and Resilience Plan for Slovakia, it is fully identical with those areas covered by ESG. So as we are going to use these funds, and you can see on the slide how much funding is available, we are going to evaluate also the implementation and the efficiency of use of these resources. Then another tool which the Parliament and the government can use, these are the European structural and investment funds. These do not have to fully reflect these ESG principles because they were developed, of course, much earlier. So part of the programs which are in these European structural funds may be focusing on the ESG area, but may not be focusing on that same area. When looking at this first area, we have the Green Slovakia, and we have our own information system to evaluate the implementation. Looking at the European structural funds, this is coordinated by the individual ministries and through different calls. And then, based on these calls and programs, how these were fulfilled, these ESG areas are being assessed. The third one is a separate budget. The budget, which is our own budget from tax and non-tax resources. Again, some of the programs may focus on ESG. And then we have a question whether we are going to look at the ESG areas separately for the business sector, separately for the Recovery and Resilience Plan, and separately for the European structural funds, and then separately for those programs covered by the state budget. Well, it's like a weather forecast that for the business sector, we will report 26 degrees sunny weather, to the public sector, rainy weather, and for the citizens, freezing rain. So it's of course a nonsense, and the criteria should be the same for all these three areas. And that's why there is an effort in the EU when now we are going to review the budget programs with respect to the expenditure limits. Add this ESG part or section, and so that we have one output for the whole country. We can discuss and debate this. But if the EU wants to evaluate the ESG areas or the Green Deal, it would certainly not be looking only on the business sector or only at the public sector. The second challenge I would like to talk about relates to the annual reports, which are presented by the business sector. They will provide this, and we will just passively put it into the registry, and we as the citizens of this town would have access to this information, or would this information be somehow processed and evaluated, and whether the public will get access or NGOs would get access to this information. So this is a question and also a challenge for us, and we will be tackling it in this following period. The third one is about the individual data reported in the annual reports by the business entities. I hope I will be able to read this. According to the amended Accounting Act, they will have to report sustainability. The sustainability reporting should be mandatory for business entities, but we have state-owned business entities plus organizations which do not have as their core activity business. But if these entities have a significant contribution and have an economic activity contributing to the national economy, so why shouldn't be also presenting the same sustainability information? Because it is an entity which will have to produce their annual report, which will have their financial statements. The next, the fourth challenge is about the information to be reported by the communities, municipalities, and these are institutions or entities. When we talk about the regional level, they have quite a significant financial income, and also some of the municipalities may have significant amounts of money they have to work with. So if in their program of social development, etc., if they would be interested to include the ESG areas, they would have to also evaluate these areas as well in their annual reports, and that they are not business entities, but they are part of the public sector. So the question is whether the annual reports would also be subject to auditing by an auditor who has a qualification for ESG. Then we have this acted which defines the data, sustainability data. If in 2026 the annual reports would contain the sustainability info, there could be some methodological issues in the meantime. Yes, I'm going to finish shortly. This could help us, the Minister of Finance could help us use the information from the retailers or information from third countries, or we could provide support to the business sector who in a certain format would have to provide information to the EU. And if we could find some platform, it would be great. And I'm going to run through the rest. The sixth one is related to training and education of the staff who is going to do this also in the public sector, because as I mentioned, the public sector also has such important entities. And those who are going to evaluate this at the individual ministries, they will look at the business and the non-business data. And those who would generate the data for the follow-up programs, which are going to be implemented by the government or the ministries, and then be included in the budget. So the Slovak Chamber of Auditors, I'm sure, would be a great contributor to this. And the last challenge is addressed to the Supreme Audit Office. What should it be doing in this fast changing world? Because it is representing us at the Intosci and Eurosci and exchange information. There should be a professional planning and preparation of audits also for the sustainable development according to the UN EU criteria. It should train its staff in these new legislative procedures of the EU on sustainability, ESG standard, ESRS, as well as the national legislation, and to incorporate the new methodological procedures in developing the reports. And then, of course, involve in international audit activities. I am probably past my deadline, so I have to close, and thank you for your attention. Thank you. This was a presentation also on the public sector, and yes, we can be voluntarily joining this effort. And yes, we only have one air, one water, and resources. Of course, I'm aware that there is a certain delay, and thank you very much to the presentators. And I suggest that we will make our break shorter for 15 minutes. So let's try to resume at 11 or 15 past 11. Thank you.
The panelists, Mr. Jerzy Wapalensky from SPP Distribution, Marek Engel from the Ministry of the Environment, the Director General of the Institute of Environmental Policy, Tomasz Kureczko from the SPP Distribution. Thank you very much for coming. And we have here Mr. Robert Jambrich from the Slovak Power Company. And we have here Mr. Bobotsky, who is the partner from the Deloitte Audit Company. According to the agenda, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Engel first. I just would like to remind the audience that we have already received some questions via Slido. So please, you may want to use it and ask questions. We will have about half an hour discussion session. Those of you who mailed questions to the Ministry of Finance or to other organizations will be answered within the next panels. Mr. Engel, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to the organizers for organizing this very inspiring event. Lots of ideas have been shared. It is said that uh, speakers who are coming later have the time more difficult than the previous speakers, but I don't agree with it. So the topic of my presentation is environmental risks and responsibility. The question is how we will approach this. I would like to answer the question, why do we work with the ESG? There is a question what to do within the ESG, and then the next question is how do we do the ESG? It's about reporting, audit, and other things. So why do we do it? It's an important question. Um, I think it would be bad if we just take it as another burden. When we speak about the ESG, this is the community issue. Uh, there are lots of deaths caused by the air pollution. A lot of municipal waste is landfilled. Due to the climate change and biodiversity and pollution, we suffer. Slovakia, just like any other country. We have here experts at environmental policy, and they may ask, why do I have these indicators here? It was my idea. It was not just a mistake. We cannot blame companies for the environmental issues, but the companies are part of the community and the community has to do something about it. Why ESG? Why ESG is the answer. There are organizations that are suitable for some kind of regulations, and this is the area for reporting. For example, when we look at the households, when they burn wood, we have to use a different approach. But in this case, we may motivate the companies. Historically, there were discussions on what is the aim of the companies. First of all, it's to maximize profit, or it was changed into maximization of the market value. But When environmental problems started to appear, then the discussion focused on the company's uh, share in the pollution, and sustainability of the company is dependent on the values. It means the company should improve sustainability by its activities. So the company, for example, should contribute to the social cohesion. The company should offer the opportunity to anybody. Then we uh, know that the company has the tools to improve all these things. A company is a part of the broader community. And if a company takes these steps, the company shows the community that it influences the community and is active in this. When we speak about the data policy, there were tools and schemes by which the companies declared how they introduce sustainability processes. The EMAS is a voluntary tool, and nowadays about 160 entities participate in this. They are from the private sector, but mainly because they want to participate in the public tenders, they are keen to do it. EMAS uh, provides the basic data relevant for the environmental performance. Now we are entering the next phase, and that's the ESG. The estimate is that about 1,500 entities in Slovakia could be directly involved, and indirectly many more. Of course, the reporting is extensive, but not everything is necessary to declare. It's up to the company to assess which environmental visions are relevant in terms of materiality. It has to be justified. When it is an office company, then there is no direct impact or very little, but indirectly they also use the natural resources, and it may affect the life quality and biodiversity. Then the audit will say whether the assessment was qualified and whether it reflects the influence of the company. And then the standards. We have here four categories. That's policies, actions, what kind of measures are adopted to mitigate or to improve, then targets, that's the most important. What are our targets? They have to be realistic, measurable, and then metrics to say this is the present situation which has been measured, and this is where we want to head. This means that the company will integrate this way of thinking into the own DNA. For example, I want to achieve this, and I will prove that I am doing all my best to achieve the goal. And the question is, what was reported by the companies by now? Data is available, but their scope and coverage change. And also the granularity changes. because the depth of data we want to verify changes. For example, greenhouse emissions in connection with climate, that's the most extensive. But we have the ETS scheme. You know that there are about 100 enterprises or operations. When we speak about the greenhouse gases directly, there are some emissions, but because they get energy, you see upstream and downstream further emissions. And this should encompass more companies than just those who are directly involved in the formation of greenhouse gases. For example, we have a certain threshold, and the companies that are below the threshold do not have, for example, the obligation to report, but the companies that are above the threshold have to do it. The companies make reports on the waste and waste handling. This is what they have. There are standards on the substances of concern, for example, food, stuff, or toys. The list is very long. What I want to say by this, the companies will have to adapt their internal policy to be able to answer the questions and requirements of the ESRS. I would like to encourage the companies. Don't be afraid. I understand it's a new approach. It may seem a cost, but on the other hand, the companies may achieve high savings. For example, if I reduce pollution, I will not pay the fees for it. If I reduce the consumption of energy, this is another saving for me. So it's an idea for the companies to improve their internal processes. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much to Marek
Thank you very
from the Ministry of the
kde vedie analytickú jednotku.
Thank you very much to Marek Engel. And now the second panelist, Mr. Jergusz Wopalensky, representing SPP Distribution. And because we have two gentlemen representing SPP, the second representative would continue, Mr. Kureczko would continue in this presentation. So the title of our presentation is ESG, formally or pragmatically. Why did we choose this title? I have been dealing with the decarb issue for the last 10 years, and sometimes I have a feeling that because of the tree, we don't see the forest. All the policies which we are adopting or which we have been adopting, like the Green Deal or framework policy, we are doing all this just to primarily reduce the CO2 emissions in the biggest scope and for the lowest cost. So that is the mitigation of climate change impacts. Anything else like ESG or renewables, energy efficiency, the efficiency of buildings, electric mobility, all of this is just an instrument how to achieve this primary goal. And we shouldn't forget this. According to our opinion, every company, but especially the state, the country, should look at this, go through this primary objective to reduce these emissions in the economically most efficient manner. And we are getting to looking at ESG in view of our society, we have a very specific position on the market because we are a monopoly regulated by the regulator. Our 51% owner is the state, but at the same time, we also are an issuer of bonds. So this is the basic description of our specific position. And another specificity is that we are distributing 25% of the Slovak energy mix, which is a great societal or social responsibility and commitment. And that means that we are approaching ESG in a way that we want to be value oriented towards our customers, employees, but also the state as our shareholder. But also the environmental responsibility is being perceived in a broader context and in the whole societal context, not only looking at the very narrow niche. So getting to the E, and that is, as I mentioned, the primary goal is to reduce the emissions. So this is the stock taking of what is the situation in Slovakia. This is chart showing how the individual countries have reduced the CO2 emissions since 1990. And Slovakia has been a champion in this. We have reduced it by 50%, and we can say we are leader, and we are proud of this. But looking specifically at the energy sector, the replacement of use of coal with respect to power production, we are going to be the sixth energy sector with the lowest production of emissions. And that is because we have a very high portion of nuclear to produce electricity and hydro, and a large portion of natural gas and biomass in the sector for heat production. For the gas industry and the production of electricity were the main factors for having this achievement. And whether we would be able to go beyond this to achieve further reduction of emissions, that would be much more costly for the state and for the public. So this cannot be done without coordination, but it must be based on a very clear principle of value for money. So to reduce the emissions where it is the lowest cost, according to some merit order. And this approach strengthens the fact that the Slovak economy is energy intensive. So we have a high representation of industry on the GDP. So as for the emissions and reduction of emissions compared to 1990, we are very well off. But as far as intensity, we are in a worse situation. So this just underlines that the value for money when trying to reduce the emissions would be certainly in the industry. And the second chart shows the purchase power of our households. Unfortunately, it is showing what is the percentage of the population owning 2,000. And the average Slovak does not have a saving of even 13,000 euros. So the Slovak households cannot bear this burden of decarbonization because simply there is no purchase power. That means that this is going to be shifted to the public means of achieving it. Looking at the structure of Slovak emissions, half of the emissions in Slovakia is originated by those producers, that is, those who are in the system of emission allowances. And there are several operations which are listed on the right side. So by some relatively low-cost measures, we would be able to significantly reduce the emissions by roughly 20%. We also put into the comparison the individual heating by gas, which is representing only 6.9% of emissions. But if we would want to decarbonize it by insulating the buildings and installation of the renewable sources of energy, because we have a very high number of family houses, that is semi-detached houses, 760,000 and over, where the cost of this would be 30,000 each. That would be a very high cost, and we would only reduce the emissions by a certain portion of that 6.9. So the value for money in terms of those higher proportions is much more worth doing than in the individual heating. Through this, I'm getting to some individual recommendations. So we should be applying value for money for the decarbonization to have the incremental cost or marginal abatement cost to reduce CO2 emissions, or the allocated public resources per ton of reduced emissions. And to follow strictly this merit order when applying these decarb measures. And also to manage this decarb as a decarb project with a single manager. Unfortunately, in our country, every single department or ministry looks at the European policies, and that is including decarbonization through the policy of their own. One ministry through increasing the share of renewables, the other ministry improving the quality of air, another ministry of electric mobility, etc., using and spending the public resources through their own objectives, not looking at it globally trying to reduce the emissions in the most efficient manner, looking through the value for money principle. Of course, we can do it also this way, but that means that public resources would not be spent in an efficient manner.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Mr. Kurechko. Thank you very much for asking questions. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for the possibility to address you. I would like to complete the data, and I will provide you with some practical aspects. The first steps we experience. Yes, indeed. Originally, we believed that we'll go through a standard, the standard will be clear, and we will be able to say we go this way or that way. These are good points, these are bad points, but this is a very comprehensive field indeed. If you just dedicate one person from the finance or from the environment, it's not enough. The entire company has to participate, and this is a condition. So that's why we say that there are some practical aspects. We are glad that we already support some areas, and we do not have an impression that we are forced to do it, but we rather take it as an opportunity, and we want to show what we have already done, and that the surrounding do see it. We create the value framework, and on the basis of it, we will have our reporting. We hear a lot about the reporting, about the obligations, and we are waiting for the next step when we will hear what the companies should do. It means what are the next steps, and it may have an impact on the CO2 reduction. And then the state institutions will evaluate it, and in the end of the day we will see that yes, this concept is reasonable. So we are looking forward to the future when we will have some sectoral information and data, so we will not compare um, uh, apples and oranges, but apples and apples. Because we are a regulated entity, it was a nice surprise of us that we went through the social governance together with the auditors, and we see that we have done a lot in this respect. So there is not a lot of work ahead us. Perhaps small companies may have some difficulties with it because we have our internal guidelines, because we are a regulated entity and we are a very big company. But when we speak about small companies, we can imagine that they may face some complications and difficulties. The evaluation of the dual materiality, I can leave it to the auditors' companies, so I will skip this, and then I would like to say how we see the E element in our company. It means enviro element, you know, the pillars. Uh, we linked it to our strategy. For many years, we have done a lot in the environment. So we do not only want to reduce the emissions, but we also want our customers to reduce their emissions. It's not only interest of our company, but a societal interest. I would like to mention some other areas. For example, we actively communicate with the customers when we have some projects. Uh, for example, a boiler used for heating, we work together with the municipalities, and they are the main communication partner for us. So we are thankful to them. Then the reduction of the methane emissions. Before 2020, we set our long-term goal until 2030 in this respect. ESG comes now, but we were already working in this area. Then the support to the implementation of renewable gases. Since last year, we have the register of renewable gases. This is a special register where we know where from the biogas comes, and this is a tool for the trading of biogases. And decarbonization as such is also a part of our policy. There is an alternative we work on, is to replace these gases by hydrogen. So let me go through the most important points. First, the support to the gas condensation boilers. They are intended for the households. So they may replace the old gas boiler by this condensation boiler. What is the advantage? The energy saving is by 30% lower. And what's the most important advantage for the state is that the instant saving is 15 to 23% of the CO2 emission. If the house is insulated and if the solar energy is used, then we may achieve 50 to 80% emission reduction, which is a significant reduction. There is a program where the heat pump can be used for the households, but if we use these condensation boilers, if we use 420 million euros, then we can save 1,000 euros per one house using these condensation boilers instead. So we compare the reduction in two cases, 2.6 or 4.2%. The question is whether we can use it in a more efficient way, the money which we have. And what is the most suitable option for the efficient reduction? I also mentioned that we managed to reduce methane emissions, and we want to reduce the emissions by 30% until 2030. We make more frequent checks. Since 2020, we check the tightness, and we also reduce the time of emission flow. We also reduced the time for the replacement of damaged parts. From a practical point of view, when we talk to auditors and advisors, they said it's okay, you have a plan until 2030. So you should be even more strict. Yes, we did our best 3 years ago, but now we have to be more strict. We have to have higher and higher goals in our policy. We don't like it very much, but on the other hand, we can get some benefits if we do it. And the last point is the distribution of renewable gases, H2 and biomethane. Nowadays, we really add hydrogen into gas. We successfully implement a project. We connected one village to the network, and when we add 10% of the hydrogen, we have in fact prepared the network, and it works. There are some international forecasts, so we may add up to 20% of hydrogen into the grid network. We are also innovating our activities. There are many publications available, but when we go to international conferences and we want to learn who is adding hydrogen into the network, we receive the answer that practically we did not do it yet. So we have this alternative in case we will not have enough gas. We invest money in the grid reconstruction, and it is already prepared during the reconstruction to hydrogen. So we replace the pipelines, and these pipelines are tightly connected so that we may charge hydrogen into the pipeline system. There shouldn't be any problem with it. Concerning the potential production of biomethane, we have connected a biomethane station in the town of Jelšava. We produce 6 million cubic meters of biomethane and 7 other biogas stations. The biomethanes that are produced from the kitchen waste and from the agriculture waste. We are currently in the beginning, but every year, I believe, we will go towards our goals set by the EU. This is all from my part. And what's the most important? The energy should be put into the projects that have the highest influence on the improvement of the environment, because sometimes you see lots of projects with the minimum impact on the improvement of the environment. I think that we should work together and to have a common goal. Thank you very much. Thank you very
Slúbila, že teda nejaké diskusie.
Well, I promised that there's going to be a discussion at the end, but yes, it is great to have on this panel both the public administration, the private sector, and yes, to see that the value for money, the effectiveness is really something they are looking at. And that's why I'm very happy that we have also our decision makers here, those who are making the allocations of funding. So I just wanted to add this, but also the Supreme Audit institutions who follow this. And yes, value for money is certainly useful when you look at it and see the figures, what you get from what you invest. And now I invite Mr. Jambrich from Slovenské elektrárne. First of all, thank you very much for invitation. If I recall, I do not remember that any state authority would dedicate so much attention and time to the ESG topic. So I'm very happy to see this. In connection with it, although the advisor to the president of SAO, sorry, he is here. Sorry, you just moved and I did not notice you are with us. It was inspirational and slightly provoking, but basically I agree with it. So my view is going to be like looking into our kitchen because we're facing a great challenge because this year we want to issue our first sustainability report. It has been in progress for some time, so I would like to explain to you where we are at the moment. But as for introduction, it is also important for my presentation. I would start with that who we are. More than 50% of electricity we produce from nuclear. Nuclear, to that we are adding the hydro, adding another 10% of electricity in our portfolio, and then a complementary, we have two solar parks. And thanks to that, we are a unique example in Europe because every single megawatt hour of electricity generated in our company is without CO2 emissions or added emissions. And within such a short time, since we closed our coal-fired plants, one was closed in December 23 and the other one March 24. I am not aware that there would be a company with a similar structure which would get to this zero level. We are, of course, proud of this. And on the other hand, it is also a commitment because any further challenges are still also ahead of us. We have a great advantage because 7 out of 10 Slovaks promote production of electricity from nuclear. This is also a unique position within Europe, along with perhaps France, where the share of nuclear in production of electricity from nuclear is, together with France, we are in the forefront in the world. So I would just take some example of our awards other than what is in the middle, that was without direct emissions. I would like to mention the award from Financial Times, where 3 years in a row we got the award of climate leader for the way how we reduce the emissions, 4 times as the best employer in industry. And don't take it wrong, but all of this we have achieved without ESG. So let me claim that the companies of our size today, but also in the past, they did feel this social responsibility for E, for S, and G. The G for shows the 100% without direct emissions, and the S means that for us, the most important asset are people. Shortage of people with technical qualification, technical education, a huge deficit. And in the past, it was due to very poor policy on early retirements, which means that in 3 years we have 1/3 of our experienced staff who got retired, and we need to find replacement. And this is in the nuclear. This is a risk factor and a great challenge for us to be able, of course, to still keep the nuclear safety, and the nuclear safety is on the first place. And then the ethical code of ethics, the competition, economic competition, and of course, zero tolerance to corruption is natural. But ESG has brought a new dimension to us in all 3 areas, which I will mention in a minute. But really looking at the risks and opportunities, and our view on this will be different and will enter our investment decisions. So we decided, although this is still not required by law, that voluntarily we are going to issue our sustainability report according to ISRS standard. So this standard is something new. And we have, this is the European Sustainability Reporting Standard. And so what are the reasons why we opted for this voluntary reporting? The first one is of course, very clear. We want to increase transparency. We are a transparent company, but through this disclosure, we can even improve our transparency. Building trust. Of course, this is a key factor that we are perceived by public institutions, by our contractors, suppliers, customers, to be perceived as a credible company with whom it's good to have contracts and relationships. And we want to do this voluntary reporting because we want to get ready for this obligation so that our internal processes can be managed, or we can manage them in a better way. Requirements of the external environment. Slovak Electronic are the far most in that company, and that was thanks to the Mochoce, our nuclear units, 3 and 4 in Mochoce. And I see representatives of the banking sector, so the transparency is absolute key, and building trust. The requirements, of course, of the banking sector are increasing, and we have to tackle that. And this is why we want to have a voluntary ESG reporting. So also vis-a-vis this key partner, we want to demonstrate that this is something what is important for us, and we want to talk about it. The last one is the identification of the processes, risks, and opportunities. Yes, so because we are going through this process, it has opened our eyes with vis-a-vis certain risks and weaknesses, and then we can optimize our internal processes. And then these are some of the figures which we have not presented anywhere else, not even our management. So you are the first one to be informed about it. But what I'm going to say, those who are familiar with the ESRS standards, there are 10 important areas. And for Slovenské elektrárne, 7 out of these 10 are identified or have been identified as important for our company. I'm not going to read it because you have it there. But as far as E is pollution, reduction in pollutants, the renewables, decarbonization, waste, red waste. Red waste is a key area. And then the S, of course, this is our staff, our employees, which are very important for us, the benefits, the pays, education and training, a key aspect. Then ESM, integrated management system, safety is absolutely of a prime importance in every decision making. Then AI, digitalization, that's where we are also very intensely working on. So basically, I have already named most of the most important risks and opportunities. And this will be included in our first sustainability report. And in order to get to this, we have gone through number of internal meetings, and also with the external world, we have contacted our stakeholders. So this is representing the 44, our shareholders, financial institutions, customers, suppliers, representatives of our employees. And all of that has produced the foundation that, together with my colleagues who are sitting here with me, are intensely working on producing this first sustainability report to be presented to our bodies within the company. Let me just take a step back, and that is shutting down the coal-fired plants. Shutting down Novaki and Vojany coal-fired power plants are a very decisive point, because have been serving for our system for decades, but a time has arrived to close the operation. As I said, we closed Novaki in December 23 and Vojany in March this year. In a certain way, it's nostalgia, but also it can bring, of course, a number of benefits, reducing the greenhouse gases, lower pollution, perhaps an opportunity to do a green transformation of the site, or using the potential of the labor force. For example, we didn't or we were not forced to dismiss any employee. So they either retired with normal retirement or early retirement. We offered the alternative position. And it's excellent that some of the maintenance staff working there are now helping our nuclear power plants. Because, as I mentioned, we need qualified staff for these power plants. Not mentioning the reduction of the end price of the electricity. So every single us who we are sitting here, we have been subsidizing the Nováky coal-fired power plant because it was working so-called it was an economic reason why we had to do this, but it means a reduction in the electricity price at the end. What is the effect of shutting down this operation? We also calculated the scope 3 emissions. For 23, it was 1.5 million tons of CO2 in 23. And these were the direct emissions, what I call the stack emissions, and that was mainly due to the two coal-fired plants. And then we have a prediction for 25, where this scope 1 to 3 emissions should be reduced by 23%. But most of this was achieved by shutting down the operation of the coal-fired power plants, which I mentioned. So in the future, we are going to look at the scope 3 emissions, how we can manage those. But again, I can claim that we are a unique company in this. And my last slide, because I believe it's good to talk about challenges which we encountered when producing or preparing the sustainability report. So the challenge is, of course, an increased cost and personnel requirements for producing this first report or initial report. We created an ESG team. Well, at the moment, 2.5 or 3 people. And other than being an interconnector with the other departments, of course, there are great requirements, and this is going to stay as a challenge for the future. Integration of systems, I'm sure that both in the business but also in the public administration, you have to work with different systems, you have to do some interfacing and some coordination. So in our view, this integration of system is a great challenge, financial and personnel, especially ICT area. And the complexity of data points and the time-consuming element of this. I'm sure that you have all experienced this. When we started to talk about ESG, everybody was closing the door. They didn't want to talk to us. What do you want? What is this? And yes, it is about communication, about explanations. It's not just an obligation, a new obligation, a new duty for us. It brought with it an enormous effort, data collection, etc. So what are the opportunities? Identification of new risks and opportunities, which we have maybe not registered to such an extent or not analyzed or not taking into account when making investment decisions, and maybe some additional risks and opportunities to be taken into account. An improved reputation. I think there is nothing to add to that. It's clear that companies which are going to be presented in this way, the reputation of these companies would be improving. Access to green capital. Of course, if a company decides to invest into a sustainable technology and that there will be a label of green and sustainable technology. I'm sure the financial financial institution would react to that because it would be a high return investment. And innovation, of course, it opens to our eyes to new ways, and it can bring innovations even to us as Slovenské elektrárne. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Robert Jambrich from the company Slovenské elektrárne, and we will complete our panel. Let me welcome Mr. Jan Bobotsky, who is a partner in the Deloitte Audit Company. Thank you very much for the invitation. I will be very brief indeed. I can finish just in one sentence. Due to the previous sectors, we see that the private sector, though it focuses on responsible business, has to be successful, wants to produce cars and electricity. The people can buy or to manufacture healthy chocolate that tastes good. So the environmental aspects are taken seriously by the private sector. And also the financial importance and the cost efficient approach are very important. We, the auditors, view it similarly. Of course, we have to carry out a limited audit of the companies. The representatives of some of them are here with us. The report has 4 areas: the digital marking. The EU taxonomy is still not defined, so it will not be applied this year. We, the auditors' companies, face challenges. One of the areas is the procedure the company uses in defining the important areas like dual materiality. We audit the financial amounts, the Earth as a planet, as mentioned in the UK directive, and it cannot be omitted. Also, the ESRS and also the directive are important, and the investors have brought in the global reporting initiative and standards. So they want to achieve profit, but they want to be responsible to the society. So our role of auditors is to provide truthful report on whether the company is in compliance with the directive and standards. And we also will comment on taxonomy. And then other material topics. Many companies are a bit concerned what the picture of themselves will be, especially small companies who do not have such big teams as in the Slovak electricity company. So we have to show an actual picture of us, the companies, and what steps should be taken in order to improve the situation, to mitigate some consequences, to prepare for the climate change. Here we have the investors, and Mr. Engelman from Israel mentioned it. there are money in the trusts or in the foundations, and they use this money for a longer period of time. For example, to reduce the temperature by 3 degrees centigrade. In addition, uh, they issue bonds that provide finance. Yes, we are talking about decarbonization. Present companies present environmental information related to the air pollution or circular economy, and decarbonization and carbon footprint is a topic for everybody. And with respect to the bad situation on our planet, certain sectors were mentioned which still do not have their sectoral standards. Each and every company in a given sector faces specific challenges. When I look at our company, it is good to speak about the electric cars. But because the global community is very big, uh, the global community is the big user of the air tickets. For example, we decided to reduce the number of air tickets we purchased by one half after the COVID. So we work, in fact, globally, but we decided to set this goal. So we want further reduce the number of purchased air tickets and to reduce the carbon footprint by not using the air transportation. Or building companies. They have a big problem with the waste or the use of water. We know that this is their headache area. And now about taxonomy. This is a very sensitive area. Again, the goal is that within taxonomy, I should show what is the share of my compliance with the EU parameters and sustainability. It applies to my investments, operational costs, yields, revenues. The company should show where the money comes from. And we were talking about large corporations. They are quite frequently polluters, and they have the biggest possibility to reduce waste and reduce emissions and invest in areas where the green economy can be built. For example, our neighbor Hungary, the MOL Group is a big investor in the energy sector. And they invested into the system where they purchased the backup systems and they also earn the money. So this is one of the areas. Another system, you have already seen this slide. We have here individual e-standards. We talked about decarbonization. Yes, there is pollution, there is circular economy mentioned. We also worked on the secondary processing of the raw materials and new opportunities are created for doing business, for the use of the waste and secondary raw materials. So we are looking forward to the sectoral standards. We, the auditors, will audit also the carbon footprint. What is a big challenge there? That's scope 3 emissions. They are produced in the value chain of the organization. Yes, direct stack emissions produced in the production of electricity. Purchased energies are scope 2 emissions, but emissions are produced as indirect emissions within scope 3. And they also are produced when I use transportation, when I travel to my customer. All the companies that prepare for CSRD is to collect all the scope 3 emissions. It's a big challenge. There were companies mentioned who should prepare for 2026, but nowadays even the small companies are asked by the big companies to present their emissions, and they have already started to meet the requirements asked by big companies. We are also audited by the financial audit. I have an order, I have a product, I have an invoice, I collect the money. I have double entry accounting. Bob Dylan would say that that's singing in the rain, but I have to measure them. I should know where the activity is performed. I have to know how the company set up the processes and activities. Many things have just to be calculated. If there is an accident, there is an emission of the pollutants, so they have to fix it, and they will not ask an advisor who will measure and calculate the amounts of the pollutants that leaked. We, the auditors, have to prepare for it. Historically, this was not our role to audit non-financial information. So this is all from my part, and thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you. I would just ask 3 questions because this is an e-panel, and also the pre-speakers mentioned greenwashing. We can look at it from different parts. The one who is producing it is a company who is presenting itself as more green than it is in reality, but sustainability is just something as a trendy thing. So I'm selling my products in a more green way than I could report about it. So asking our colleagues from the energy sector, so how much can you be sure that you are presenting your data in a correct way? Is it through the methodology or through processes, or is it through communication and vision? And I will ask the same question to the auditor. So how you as auditor look at it, whether this is not happening? I mean, the greenwashing is not happening. So looking at Mr. Jambrich, let's say, I will try to answer. Maybe for the first part, yes, this is happening, especially social networks and from different alternative media. The greenwashing is a reality. Well, it's nothing pleasant. On the other hand, as a minimum on us as a company, it does create a certain pressure, and that it says that it is a topic which is a sexy topic for people, and we just simply have to deal with it. And for the second part of your question, yes, I mentioned it also in my presentation. We are strictly process-oriented company, and we do have processes how to prevent that information which we disclose are not not truthful. But when talking about hard data, we have a financial department which then all the data which is disclosed in the financial report are subject to statutory audit. So yes, we have processes to prevent this. But never say never. But we really pay due attention on several levels that this does not happen. Thank you. Well, our approach is similar. And on my behalf, or activities I represent, we try to do in the most transparent manner. And we support all our claims or statements by calculations. And whoever wants to comment it and say that, well, I see this in a different way, but basically it shows that if we review our own work and then we present the data and we know that we can stand behind that data, we haven't had any doubts about or questioning of our data. Well, as Jergusz was speaking, one other thing, culture. Culture is one of the principal factors which is determining whether you have any inclination of disclosing any misleading information. So a culture in the company, from the shareholder level down to lower levels of the management, and so this is the alpha and omega of everything. And what about the view of the auditor? So let's say small or medium-sized company. So how they should tackle this? I have, of course, some processes. Well, at the beginning, I have a certain vision, what I want to achieve. And through the vision, I have certain processes because I want to achieve certain targets or objectives. And then I have certain procedures telling me which member of the team supplies me with this and this data. So is this, and I'm asking Mr. Bobotsky, is this what can show you or indicate that some greenwashing is happening? Well, the greenwashing is caused by people, or what is behind the greenwashing? It's people, it's the management. So the auditor is doing it with the financial audit, looking at the culture of the company, what is the code of ethics, what is the tone set from the top, what is the control environment. And in smaller companies, they don't have internal audits, but there is still some quality check on the data, how the data are being checked, measured, whether there is any motivation to distort the data. There are certain limitations, but based on my experience, I know that because this is a new thing, everybody has a tendency just to make maybe an extra 1 or 2 steps to make sure that anything I disclose as data or statements do not contain any errors or mystification, and these are really the correct data. Thank you. But looking at the time, and because I see tired faces, I was going to ask also the Ministry of Environment whether they can also see something there and whether the figures about environmental data. Okay. So non-verbally it was confirmed. So that was the last question before I invite you to lunch. Okay, I will close it by something which has been overlapping here. I see a great potential in ESG because it's somewhere in the backward of this exercise is to make sure that there is a change in the sector and a change in the behavior towards sustainability. And whether this is going to be beneficial, it depends on how we can use the motivation, whether we opt for the positive or less positive motivation. So to change something into an obligation is not exactly what we want to achieve, but this is to achieve higher efficiency. That is to get more than what I am putting into it. So this is what the companies should look at as a motivation to improve their efficiency and reduce their cost. And they can do it by creating departments and producing the reports, but this is not going to help much. But integral part of all of this exercise should be also setting goals of improvement. I would like to also name a risk. Short-term risk. Every administrative obligation is a certain barrier for access to the market. Yes, big companies have a pressure to somehow tackle this, but the smaller companies, they lack this. So the information campaign and a good motivation mechanisms are important so that the smaller company can keep the pace also with the bigger companies. So I see a great potential, but we need good positive motivation. Thank you for this nice closing. We are a bit behind our schedule. So it's 12:38 according to my watch. So until 30. Oh, yeah. So 13:25, not 14:25. And after lunch, we have a continuation and nice panels because it's a great motivation also to have a good audience. So we will answer the first part to answer the questions you sent through the Slido.
Takže opätovne vás vítam v tejto miestnosti.
Welcome back. It seems to me that the temperature is a bit higher. Bratislava has a very hot weather. So I would like to come back to the climate changes, decarbonization. So this is in fact the result of it. Before we begin with the next panel, I would like to mention 3 questions. We have received more of them. Mrs. Makrovska from the Ministry of Finance. Can a statutory auditor of the financial statement and the author of the report different? They have to be approved separately. The statutory auditor may be the same that audits the financial information, or there may be 2 different ones. So we would prefer the situation that there would be 2 different. And we see that big companies have separate auditors for that area. So you may have 2 different auditors, or you can have the same auditor for both areas. But the auditors, if there are 2 of them, will have to communicate together, because the sustainability information will be supported by the financial information. So they either have to communicate between them, or you may communicate with them separately. Another question. It seems to be beyond our scope, but I will ask. It's necessary to start with the ESG from the primary school, so that the young generation will become or will understand the responsibility for the future and for the nature. I discussed with several representatives of the universities, and they informed me that sustainability is a part of their curricula. So we will have it, of course. Sustainability is here and will be here. Sustainability can help to create new jobs for auditors, for accountants, and for other professions. Yes, within our mailing list, we also send the invitation to all faculties of economies in our universities to offer their education in this area. Then the 3rd question, Ms. Kvaskova from the Slovak Chamber of Auditors. What is the role of small and middle-sized auditors companies in supporting such small and medium-sized companies which do not have that much money as big corporations? I believe that auditors, in addition to auditing these activities, will also provide consultancy and counseling to small and medium-sized companies. We have educated 400 auditors. The first year, perhaps 300 will be used, and then more. I know that the companies ask for it. I have to say that there will be small companies which will not have to report in the beginning only on a voluntary basis. Perhaps some questionnaires will be used, and small and medium-sized companies are exempted in the first year. So our auditors offer also advisory services, and the auditors will go through the continuous learning process. Thank you for your questions. And now I would like to introduce our panelists. Let me welcome you to the next panel, which will cover social aspects of ESG. I would like to welcome the gentlemen who agreed to be the panelists, who are ready to give their presentations and to answer your questions. Mr. Radovan Pala, he is a partner from a Taylor Wessing law firm. You will be the first presenter. Then we will have here Mr. Matusz Harakal from the US Steel Košice. He is the director for the accounting services and financial reporting. And then Mr. Marek Frecer, who is a senior manager from the PricewaterhouseCoopers company. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. And I promised myself that in a few minutes I'm going to give you a very fast idea about what my colleagues are going to talk about, who are already experiencing this, and that is reporting according to the EU directive. But as a lawyer, I would like to also tell you something about what is ahead of us, because this regulation on reporting or these provisions on reporting is not the only one which has been approved or adopted, and there are going to be more obligations to come, and more than just to be transparent or to have a good reporting on sustainability. It will also be about the responsibility for other contractors and the environment itself. But I will get to that later. So let's talk about the social aspects of ESG in practice. It is basically the framework which helps the stakeholders how a company approaches social topics and how sustainable and socially responsible it is its business. So in this respect, the CSRD directive is important because through its standards, it is introducing a certain unified system how to do the reporting. And I understand that in Slovakia, this would affect roughly 1,000 entities. So there we would have comparable sets of reports representing quite a big sample of companies. So it would be better to work with the data, and it would be beneficial for also the consumers, and also the public sector would benefit from it. What I consider important, other than this CSRD directive, there are two additional ones. In 26, this is going to be a very important year, because in that year we would need to implement CSCD DD directive, and that is the corporate sustainability due diligence, and then about the equality of pay systems. So this one, the first one covers the relations between the company and its people, DEI initiative, promoting diversity and inclusive work environment, and gender and ethnical equality, and then pays. As I said, this corporate sustainability reporting directive is focusing on transparency of information on sustainability, and it was implemented into the Slovak legislation by amendment of the Act 431 from 2002. This is on bookkeeping with the effect from 1st June 24. So this is just a couple of months back since this amendment came into force. So in addition to the already existing reporting obligations, this has been added as an additional reporting obligation. And we must say that the directive itself is very difficult to read. Although it is Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive is a directive, but it is like an amendment to the previous version. And as a pathologist and a lawyer, I would like to say not only what happens if you comply with it, but also what happens if you do not comply with this as a company. So the sanctions for breach can reach up to 2% of the total amount of your assets in the balance reported in the balance sheet, but the cap is 1 million euro. Just for the interesting, 1 million euro is quite a high cap. Well, I thought it's low because if you look at the 2% of the assets with the big companies, you can get there very quickly. But in Sweden, for example, they have a cap of 100,000. So there are a number of countries which have lower sanctions. Reporting standards, I'm not going to talk about those because I know that the colleagues here are going to talk about it in their presentations. Maybe just very shortly, and I will try to simplify it. I'm sure you already heard about this. There is a phased approach in this introducing these reporting obligations, and as you have this presentation available, so you will have the time for yourself to read it, how this law will come into effect with relation to different types of companies. But in general, we can say that actually from next year, it will also affect companies which are not issuers of securities. They are not entities of public interest. That is, they have not issued securities which would be quoted or listed on stock exchanges, but their total amount of asset is 25 million euro, the net turnover 50 million, and the average calculated number of staff during the accounting period was 250. So you can very easily reach this either through the number of staff or the turnover or just your assets. Then very shortly, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that there is a deadline, the 7th June of 26, when there is an obligation to transpose the directive into the Slovak legislation. This is about the equal pay principle and equality in pay also for men and women, and it will mean or result in a number of additional obligations for companies, even more companies than with regard to the previous directive. Actually, all the employers would fall under this. They would need to report, for example, about the differences in pays for men and women. And unless Slovakia takes even a stricter way, it would be companies with more than 100 employees. There will be, of course, general obligations which will affect all the employers, and we will get to that later. But as for the breaches, there will be quite strict sanctions. because even the text which I'm using on this slide is just taking it from the directive, so I cannot say what will be the exact wording in the Slovak legislation. There will be a title or entitlement to compensation. So if it is proven that based on objective criteria it was discriminated, or he or she was discriminated and received a lower pay than he was or she was supposed to receive, he or she may apply for compensation. And there must be some instrument how to order stopping this discrimination, and the employer would have to demonstrate that he did not breach the obligation. And the sanction for this breach could be that, for example, the employer would no longer be able to participate in tenders or would have no access to public funds. On this slide, you can see the obligations which would affect all employers. So this is before you even conclude an employment contract. But what is important that the criteria must be made available to the candidates which are used for determining the pay, and this must be gender neutral. And for many of the employers here in Slovakia, this would be something new and which they would have to struggle with. And these obligations in this directive, if, for example, that company has representatives of employees, the employees represented and the representatives would have the possibility to negotiate this with the employer. And this change in this attitude is not something which would happen overnight. Again, this is a slide you can study later, and this is about how they would need to report about the differences in pays for men and women. And this obligation is again something which is a phased approach. So employers with 100 and up to 150 employees, they would have this obligation from June 2031, but with 250 and more employees, that is 2027. The last one, which I shortly mention or talk about, is a directive which we don't have even an idea what would be the implications, and that is Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. This is based on a Dutch model, like a responsibility for your contractors, your suppliers. And the objective of this directive is that the large corporations would enforce through their upstream or downstream networks. They would enforce the obligations related to unfavorable effect on human rights or on environment. Well, the technique of this directive refers to international treaties by which the member states are bound. So these are the different conventions of the ILO, and they basically include like a whole range of employee rights, right of association, right of just pay, no discrimination principle. And so we already see it. This act actually is in force in Germany from 1st January 23. And we see that a number of companies, because we are pro-export oriented economy, so those companies who are taking goods or materials from Slovak companies, they have this supplier code of conduct, and they are requiring from the Slovak companies filling in different questionnaires, and also they have different conventions in their contracts. So they want us to comply already with these conditions today. what is important that this directive would like affect only a small portion of companies. Maybe this will be tens of companies. So this is just the definition of that type of company that is in average more than 1,000 employees and a net global turnover more than 450 million. So we would be affected indirectly because these large corporations from abroad having some business partners here in Slovakia would require this from the Slovak business partners. Again, this is showing how this is going to be introduced step by step, 3 years from coming into effect. It's going to be 5,000 employees and generated net global turnover higher than 1.5 billion euros. And then getting to the global standard, which I said. And the sanction here is without cap, and it can reach up to 5% of the net global turnover of the company, of the corporation. So this is something which will require a lot of efforts because compliance departments, procurement, and sales departments would have to have a very close cooperation in setting the mechanisms in a way that they would fulfill these requirements. And those affected indirectly, this would push them to be proactive in order to become competitive on the market. And a bit controversial comment from myself as a lawyer, because it's like a vigilante justice. It's a bit controversial because the state or the EU in this case, they say, I want to achieve something and I will just like delegate it to these large corporations, like do it for myself, or on my behalf. And in some complicated processes like restructuring, of course, this process is facilitated if there is a big player in the process, like big bank, etc. This process was, and in order for this process to function, this must happen in this way. Because the corporations would like or can lose their competitive advantage, and it would force them to do things which, well, they may not like. In Germany, I know that they are doing it, but in 2026 there is going to be also a directive on unfair practices, which contains this greenwashing. So this is just another change in 2026. Thank you for your attention.
Pán Pala, veľmi pekne ďakujem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pala. It was a view of the future legislation. We can still get some benefits from it. You say that every start is difficult, and then the maintaining of the project is much easier. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Harkal. He is the Director for Accounting Services and Financial Reporting for the US Steel Košice. I am a person who works with the financial reporting and will have to talk about non-financial reporting. We hear such terms as transparency, transpositions, directives, due diligence, and transposition into our legislation, and even the private sector has to react to it. I would like to share with you our experience in the process of preparation for the ESG reporting. ESG reporting is not just about reporting. Our colleague from the ministry mentioned the change of the way of thinking. Yes, I do agree. On the other hand, we have to say that as our colleagues from the SPP and energy sector mentioned, that there has to be a balance between the value and the reasonable reporting. As you say, Ms. Gazdova, the setting of the process is difficult, it's painful, it takes time and money and efforts of the people. We have to say it openly. On the other hand, it should be balanced by available opportunities and business continuity and competitive advantage. Previous speakers said that the ESG are three magic words. So this is an overall picture, and I would like to thank the previous speakers that they not only named the opportunities but also the challenges that are ahead of us. They were very delicate in naming them, and I hope that I will follow their example. I work with figures and numbers, so I would like to tell you who we are. We are the largest employer and company in Eastern Slovakia. As of the 31st of December last year, we had 7,700 employees. Our turnover was 3.9 billion euros. We are a part of the US Steel Corporation, and this year we will make an acquisition of the Nippon company. Where can you see our products? Everywhere. Steel products are in automotive industry, food industry, construction industry. What is the main advantage of a steel? You can recycle it forever. I was invited here to speak about the S pillar. Our colleague from the Slovak Electric Company mentioned an analysis, and they know that 7 topics are most important for them. In our gap analysis, we picked 9 themes. It means almost all of them. And every single theme has several hundreds of data points. The process to collect all the data in our company is more than difficult. We have to comment on more than 900 data points. We have to collect enormous number of data. That's why we started this process last year already, because we understand that it's important. It's important because there is a change in the behavior of consumers and all stakeholders as such. Our colleagues say they have separate ESG teams. We uh, appointed the chief sustainability officer as the head of the team. So we work on the top level. We have a manager who deals with it. He has a wide spectrum team. They are members from the finance, purchase, sales, logistic, production, HR department. So it's a broad team entering these processes and they collect the relevant data. We wanted and we were willing also to involve an external advisor because it's a new topic for us. Last year at this time, we studied the ESR standards, and within 1 year, the CSR directive was transposed into the Slovak legislation within a short time. And in spite of the fact that we are not an emittent, so we will not do the reporting soon. For us, the first period is 2025. But since last year, we have set up the processes. We collect data, we validate the data. So the process is really continuous. We are part of a corporation and the corporation issues a separate sustainability report according to GRI. It means Global Reporting Initiative. Since we are in the EU, we have to follow the EU legislation, but there is certain overlap to 70%. An important point was already mentioned here, but sometimes it's forgotten at the EU taxonomy. These are all kinds of activities that may have an impact on one of the 6 goals set in the EU taxonomy, be it environment or water management, adaptation. This is what we report as a company for the 3rd year. The numeric data is linked to the closing accounts, and then EU taxonomy is already reported. It means it is audited. And now I would like to move to the S pillar. As the colleagues from the SPP and SE mentioned, we are a strongly process-oriented company. All our activities are processed, written, described, documented. Even without the ESG, we report under IFAT directive. And we will do the same also for the year 2024. What is the most important for us? Safety. Safety first. Why? Because the production processes in our company in manufacturing steel are extremely technologically demanding. They require a lot of inputs. A lot of key factors enter the process. So every internal or external employee has to attend regular courses related to safety. Last year, we defended the certificate 14501, which speaks about the safety management and labor protection. We registered 36 million hours without an accident since 2000 till 2023. The accidents in our company were reduced by more than 95%. We use chemical substances that are registered under REACH. They are regularly reassessed. We try to find some replacement, and we have the crisis management in place, preventing serious industrial accidents. For us, all this is a part of our corporate culture, a part of our DNA. That's why the management puts safety to the top priority on the ladder. Concerning education, we work together with secondary schools and universities, just like our colleagues from SPP and SE. We have to admit that when the millennials enter the market, they are not only interested in the data related to our performance because they can find it in financial statements, but they are interested in non-financial information. It means what is the impact of the company on the environment, or how the company responds to various aspects in a social area or in governance. As our colleague from the SE said, the there is a lack of good people on the market, and also the setting of these young people is that they are interested not only in financial but non-financial data and information. In terms of education, one anecdote comes to my mind. What shall we do if we invest into people and the people leaves? The other question is, what happens when we do not invest in them and they stay? This is really important to find a balance. That's why our company invests a lot of money in education. A few figures. In 2023, our employees attended 53,000 training courses. It's more than 150,000 hours. Professional language, IT, safety training courses provided to them. As a result of the courses, the employee is skilled. New technology is coming, artificial intelligence, and the tools can make the work more efficient, but you need the people who can work with these new instruments and tools. Again, a few figures. In spite of the fact that in our company only 14% of women work out of 7,700, many of our activities, such as legislation, does not allow women to work in our operations. 25% of women are represented in the top management. So at least a bit of balance. Code of ethics and corporate culture are rather under G than S. But I can mention that our company has an ethic line. All the employees may report any information in order to make the transparency, and this line is managed by an external company. So every single information is investigated. We take corrective measures. It may happen that sometimes we have to fire the person, and if not, we take corrective measures. The process of selection of the staff, any discrimination based on the sex, belief, race is forbidden. Of course, we have various programs contributing to the work-life balance, and the employees have the share of the profit according to the collective bargaining agreement. Inclusion. We believe that each of us is unique and each of us can contribute to better operation of our company. And for us, this is a competitive advantage. Of course, there are many programs we join within communities or within marginalized communities. And the support to such communities is under S3. Together with our stakeholders like banks, various institutions, municipalities, communities, archdiocese, and all other stakeholders, including the employees. We had discussions in order to learn how we can collect the data needed for the reporting and to publish them. We understand that many of the data points which are in individual ESR standards were not published yet. Some of them seem to be quite delicate and sensitive. So we will try to find a way how to publish them, to what extent, according to the standards. The supply chain was mentioned here several times, either due to due diligence directive, because we are part of the supply chain. We are under pressure of our customers to collect data and provide data. It goes beyond a legislative requirement, but we understand that we have to be competitive. That's why we collect the data and publish them. Just for a short illustration, in addition to the standard ESG reporting, we also focus on other activities which are complementary to the ESG reporting, be it the corporate goals, carbon neutrality by 2050, or the certificate acquirement, the program to collect emissions. Number one and number two, companies can calculate, but number three is scope. Number three is more demanding because we have to calculate how we commute to work, what is the footprint in the energy and material deliveries. So, in order to be able to collect all this data, we have to have a system which can collect this data. This was all, and in conclusion, just a few ideas or thoughts to sum up. On the one hand, there are unbelievable opportunities and business continuity because it seems reasonable to us within the ESG reporting. On the other hand, all of us, not only large companies, but also other companies, when we received the first criteria for it was quite easy, and now we see the criteria that may have a significant impact on the company. So the number of companies entering it directly or indirectly through the supply chain will be huge. It will cost us time, money, and people, but I am optimistic, and as soon as the system is set up, as soon as the processes are set up, we will benefit from it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. When presenting such a large company as US Steel is, so I'm getting these questions. So how about those other ones which will follow? That is, we need the support from the parent company, and the smaller companies need more support. Then I recall what Mr. Klaskova said. whether I am part of this chain or not, I should do it because it's becoming my competitive. Well, because it's different when you share your experience as a large company and when we would hear somebody from a medium or small companies which will follow in some years later. So, so thank you for sharing us how your company is working with communities. And now we invite our last speaker from PwC, Max Pretzel, and I ask him for his presentation. So thank you for your invitation. And I would like to follow up to what has already been said about all these abbreviations, CSRD, and about the implementation and the
A my práve najviac ako externí poradcovia aj ako auditori sa pozeráme na to, že ako, a dostávame najčastejšie tie otázky, že čo to prakticky bude znamenať. Hej, že ako naozaj bude tá správa udržateľnosti vyzerať, aké informácie bude obsahovať.
What would this mean in practice and what type of data we would need to collect? So I will swim into deeper waters of the S area, and I would take some specific examples and how the companies should collect this data and how to report it. So what type of information will be disclosed? And I would like to show you some examples from practice and what kind of data would be collected. So the standards, which we already talked about, these are the four S standards. So enclosures related to owner of workforce, workers in the value chain. So in the whole value chain of the company, where the factor of getting this information also from supply chain is involved, and S3, which is affected communities, and the standard which talks about consumers or impacts on consumers and end users. And here I would go into detail for each of these standards that the company decides that is important for it. They would need to inform about the strategy, managing the risks and opportunities, and then specific metrics and targets for that given standard. For all these four standards, 1, 2, 3, and 4, for the strategy, there are two mandatory disclosures, which is identified as SBM2 and SBM3, or describing the interests and the standpoints of the stakeholders, and then significant impacts, risks, and opportunities, and their interaction. Here it is defined as ESRS. This is the general standard, but it is important to state information also for each of these as standard, that is own workforce and workers in the value chain, affected communities, and as far as where it is disclosed, either in the sustainability report or in these are the quality information about the strategy. And if you would ask me what would it look like in practice, I will show you. Then it's management of risks and impacts, risk and opportunities. There are mandatory disclosures, which is about managing impacts, risk and opportunities. And here we have 4 areas on the policy, processes, how to involve stakeholders, how to remedy negative impacts, and how to involve own workforce in connection with impacts. So these are things which get repeated in all these S standards. So each of them contains the obligation of disclosing information in these 4 areas. And how about the metrics for the S1, where we have the most of these metrics? This is specific information. So what kind of information is must be contained in the disclosure? For S1, you have the longest list because it's a social area. I'm not going to read all this because you can read it later. You will receive the presentation. It could be the metrics related to diversity, demographic characteristics, information about the pace, the social protection, and I will show you a couple of more examples. Metrics about occupational health and safety. So behind these metrics, there are quite a number of specific data points which need to be disclosed. That was S1. S2, I will just show you again that for S2, there is a requirement for disclosure. Again, strategy, management of risks and opportunities, processes for involving employees in the workers in the value chain, processes for correcting negative impacts. So in the S2, it should be the target value for managing the impacts. Also for S3, the same. Again, the strategy, managing the risks and opportunities. Again, the metrics and target values. There is only one, which is S35. This is target value related to management of significant negative impacts, promoting positive impacts, and management of significant risks and opportunities. And for S4, again, just one disclosure for the metrics and target values. So what should be the practical presentation? So usually this is quality information, and what should be this quality information, how it should look like in this strategy related to policies. Here I have some examples on some significant topics. For example, the company informs about the work environment, talking about the strategy in fair pay, and recognizing extraordinary performance of its staff as far as health and safety. It is about the strategy, how to promote health and safety, how to prevent industrial accidents. So these are those related to strategy and policy. And then for S4 standard, it could be a bit different because there is a sub-topic, information impact on the consumers. So the company can inform how we promote the right of the customer to information, how you inform consumers about how they can get information about the processes, how they respect the right to privacy, and how we maintain confidentiality. So these are some of the examples of the quality information. And then the specific data points. This is an example as one standard policy on own workforce. So S11, managing impacts, risks and opportunities, and this is related to own workforce. The description of the requirement. The company shall describe its liabilities in the policy in the field of human rights. how it respects human rights, including um, the working rights of persons of their own workforce, how they involve persons within the own workforce, and measures how they provide or facilitate remedies in connection with impacts on human rights. So this is taken from the standard, and how to disclose it. They can disclose the content of their internal directives, codes, information about liabilities according to the collective agreement, about employee organizations, or internal policies to prevent or how to solve any situation that may occur. So that's quality information or quality disclosure. Another example for S4 strategy, significant impacts, risks, and opportunities and their interaction. So this is SBM3. The requirement is that the enterprise shall or the undertaking shall disclose information on how any of its potential significant risks and opportunities which occur as a result of impact on consumers or end users, or the description of potential impacts of their strategy on the end users. And an example of quantitative information. I took one quite a controversial indicator, which always draw attention. So it's one disclosure under the metrics. It's S1. The ratio of the overall annual pay of the best earning individual to the median of the annual pay of all the employees. So of course this will provoke a question, who is the best earning employee? But it is the obligation really as a requirement to disclose this ratio. Then S113, own a workforce, the average number of hours of training, like Mr. Harakal mentioned a minute ago, about the training of their staff. So this is a specific metrics. So this could be shown in a table showing the average length of trainings in hours by individual years, by gender or other characteristics. So thank you for attention. I hope I informed you a bit more about how these disclosures could look like. When we come to meeting with our clients and then it comes to questions, usually the clients ask us, so there are so many mandatory disclosures and so many data points which are mandatory. So what's the purpose of all of this? But in the discussions, we come to a conclusion that these topics and standards, the content of that, they, of course, they have it because they provide training to their staff. They have a diverse workforce. They work on reducing their carbon footprint, and these disclosures give them opportunity how to transfer these costs, which they also already incurred as a cost, and transform it into an asset, which they can use as a means for strengthening their reputation or their brand name. So like this sunk cost would be transformed into an asset which is materialized in their report. So I wonder how this is going to look like, and I look forward to seeing the initial or the first reports.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much, especially for the last sum up of your presentation or your position, Mr. Frazer. Within the Supreme Audit Institution communities, we work mainly on the qualitative indicators, and I would like to make a follow up to what was said by Mr. Harakal, who works with numbers and suddenly he has to work with non-financial information and will say, I'm fine, I'm okay to do it, and it's right to do it. So those who come across non-financial information and dual materiality and the people who have to evaluate it, how to approach it. What is the modus operandi you may share not only with large but also small and medium-sized companies? You say that in fact you have a lot of such information already. How would you begin, provided that after 3 years I will have to report something? First of all, not to be scared of it. Because if you look at the set of standards, when you start reading them, you can get scared, but you should not. Just like our colleague Fraser says, many things are available in the companies, especially those companies that are based on the process documentation. I will use our example. All our processes are documented. We have policies in place. We have the S pillar. When we made our gap analysis and dual materiality analysis, we found that we already have the data. It's our advantage. Sometimes it's good to be a part of a corporation. In our case, it's like this because the corporation has already set some rules, and you, as a subsidiary, can modify these rules and use them. Don't be scared of using data you already have. Just start working, follow point by point, qualified, quantified, and in the end of the day, you will see that you are able to prepare the sustainability report as part of the annual report. I think it was quite clear and well explained. But when we started with the built-in preparation, we started to put together the things which we have and will do. So when you go through this matrix, it is good. So don't be scared. And I will ask one question. It is in English. It's a question to our president in the end of the conference. So you, the auditors, have qualitative data, and you start thinking, am I sure what I'm going to do or not? What is the approach of the auditors in such cases? Qualitative and quantitative publication. So we first check the completeness of the information, then how the analysis of the dual materiality was done, and whether under certain topic the company publishes all the data needed. And these are one of 4 topics the auditor will check. The auditor has to assess the dual materiality and the process picked by the company. And then the auditor will assess whether the company reports all the mandatory publications, all the qualitative and quantitative information, and then we will verify the published information, be it numbers or information on strategy, on internal policies, and so on. In such case, we will proceed in the same way as the colleague from Deloitte mentioned. It's different from verifying numbers. We will have to look at the sources of information. We will look for independent sources of information. We will check the reliability of the internal processes, how this information is generated. So we will look at independent sources of the information. Thank you very much. So the internal audit is also important. Yes. Isabella, I have a question we received via Slido. People would like to know, maybe we have to repeat it. And the question is, to what extent the reporting is mandatory with respect to the companies that are in the value chain. We speak about the companies that do have an impact, but there are companies that do not fall under the mandatory reporting. It will be really a strong impact when the directive on due care will be applied. I will say it very simply. In case human rights of my suppliers are violated, me as a big corporation, I am not responsible for it. But when I know that there is a risk and I have various tools how to find it out and I just forget it, I am also responsible for somebody else's human rights violation. This means that the enforcement will certainly be in place and the impact will be strong. So it is necessary to prepare for it and gradually to be preparing for it. ESG is also intergeneration team. You say that young people are interested in this. So perhaps the people who see the importance and significance of it should be entrusted to perform such activities, because there may be people who just see the costs associated with it and not seeing the benefits. Many companies in Slovakia already know this as part of big German companies who already do these exercises. Thank you very much to all panelists. The presentations are available on our website, and we will move to the ladies' club. Thank you very much. In between, I would like to introduce the ladies, the panelists. Originally, the company Corwin was supposed to be represented by Mr. Bubenik, but we have here his colleague. So I would like to introduce you, Miss Alexandra Podhradska from the Corwin company, and she is from the ESG team. And we will be in a developers sector. You are not obliged to do it. I see that you have young people in the ESG team, so I'm looking forward to the presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you for the word and for inviting us. My colleague Igor is very sorry he could not join you, but I believe we can cope with it together. We were really pleased to be invited because it's wonderful that this is the platform where the public and private sectors get together, and our cooperation is the key indeed. First of all, a few words about us. I don't know whether you know us. A small introduction. Who we are? We are a developer. We focus on sustainability, quality, and healthy urban life. And we operate in 3 countries, in Slovakia, in Slovenia, and in the Czech Republic. And we work on the office, residential development, and building management. Every single project moves us forward. We apply new methods and processes. In terms of sustainability, we improve the energy efficiency of our buildings, and we focus on both internal and external environment. You may know some of our projects. Project Blumenthal, for example. It is a revitalized brownfield and Park offices. This is the third carbon neutral building in Slovakia, and now a good house project with rain gardens. Our successes in sustainability, a lot of green roofs we have built, and they are very important for the mitigation of climate changes because they help to reduce the effect of the heat islands in the city. Then Park, this is the first carbon neutral building certified in Central Europe. And then the first successful audit of the EU taxonomy in Bratislava and in Ljubljana. These are Einpark project and Vilharia project. Now about the G governance. We can speak about it through the mandatory publications, but for us it's even more important to discuss what is the aim of these aspects, because each part of the ESG and ESR as the aim is to support some aspects of the corporate culture and to use more ethic and responsible behavior. It's important to prevent incorrect practices and better risk management. Nowadays, this is the shortest part in the ESR standard, but it's extremely important for its goal. Therefore, we believe that in the implementation by companies or auditors or legislators, it is important to have in mind the goal, the value, and the benefit. It shouldn't be about ticking some items in a table. We have to be motivated as the companies to be more responsible and to achieve higher sustainability, which will result in economic benefits. Our conviction led us to do the voluntary reporting in 2021. We started with the GRI standard first, and we were sure that a transparent communication is a long-term vision for us. It's our value. And we also wanted to set a benchmark on the market. And we were awarded several times for our project. And this success is also based on a clear vision which we set up from the very beginning. Our reporting is based on 3 pillars. That's first, authenticity. We want to say that the report shouldn't be just a 5-page document which will not say anything about the company, just containing some tables. So we want to include as much of our culture into it as possible. Then we wanted to make sure that whoever opens our report will understand who we are, what we do, and what are our impacts, and comprehensive approach to cover as many themes as possible in terms of our impact on the neighborhood. And that this is not just our commitment or obligation to make such a report, but for looking for new talents, looking for employees who are interested in what we do, who share common values with us. Young generation is quite often mentioned, for example, my generation. This is true. But in our company, we have also elder colleagues. And it's wonderful that we can get together who share the same values. A report is for us an instrument or a way how we can show to our clients, to our partners at home and abroad, that though we are a small company, we offer internationally recognized projects. And due to the report, we can show that what we do in a responsible way. Some screenshots from our report. This is about the biodiversity. This is the transition of the brownfield. We would like to show that sustainability in this reporting may go beyond some regulations. Any company, in our case, a developer, may offer a higher added value in connection with the development of the city. The report is not just about tables, percentages, and gender. but we would like to show other aspects. We also show in the report that we do what we say. It concerns the paying of the invoices we receive. It is about our behavior to our customers. And in our case, a construction of a building lasts more than 1 year. And sometimes when we do the planning, it takes several dozens of years. So the report goes beyond an accounting period. And reporting is also about a good risk management. The technologies that should help us to achieve our environmental goals can help us to prevent some future risk or to mitigate them or to get adapted to them. Our good house building is such an example. It has a water retention tanks, and this building is prepared for the future critical situations such as floods in the cities due to the rain for retention tanks. They are prepared for such situations. And the last example, the green roofs. When you look at the good house building from the street, it looks like a normal modern building. But when you look from the top, from the bird's perspective, you see that every single centimeter is covered by the green. And it is extremely beneficial. When you look at the good house and the surroundings using the thermal camera, this large yellow roof is the next supermarket, and it emanates a lot of heat in the summer, which is contrary to our building. So we prevent the effect of the heat islands in the city. The green roofs help to cool the building. It means the energy consumption for cooling is lower. So this is our last example I showed you, and in conclusion, we have a few ideas. Some of them were already mentioned. What is the benefit from reporting? Of course, higher transparency, risk mitigation. We have to think of what's ahead of us, what we can do. The confidence between and among the stakeholders is better, and then sustainability will be part of the company. But there are some problems like an administrative burden, the costs for those who just begin or try to continue. As it is our case, we still see that the language of the standards is quite complex. So we try to write our report in a more comprehensive and clear way. So the complexity and then incompatibility among the countries. We are a Slovak company, but we operate in Slovenia, and there are differences. So it may complicate our work. And of course, challenges such as integration, which could be achieved at the local level and international level. then the market should understand the report. The report should be objective and as simple as possible so that it will not be a burden for the companies but an opportunity. Thank you very much for your attention. In case you have questions, please contact me.
Ďakujeme veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and also just glance back to the E panel. It is truly interconnected, and this panel, G, governance, is something which is not standalone. We find it under also E and under S. And it was nicely said that it only has this one standard, ESRS, but it basically has it all. When we were organizing this conference, we said we will follow this ESG. But as I have been listening to you, perhaps we should have started with the G. It looks like G is the most important in all of this. Thank you very much. And this presentation was interesting because we communicated with the Association of Municipalities, and they do have projects to mitigate the impacts of climate change. And also, this presentation can be an inspiration how they would try to mitigate the impacts of this climate change and how to help their own citizens. Okay, we will move forward, and we will call the next speaker, Mrs. Danka Daubnerova, Tatra Banka. I think it was Mr. Engel. It's all about financial implication, and through you, financial houses. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, also thank you very much for inviting me to this conference, and congratulations to this very successful event. And in the following minutes, I would like to say something how the banks perceive ESG, and focusing, of course, on the governance part. So I will focus on the management of ESG risks, but let me introduce it more broadly. There is a number of tasks for the banks in ESG, and that's the reason why we communicate and intensely deal with this topic and try to talk about it, and we try to educate also our clients. And maybe this is an answer to your question, how the small and medium-sized enterprises get to this information. They can get it also through the banks, because this information contain a lot of reporting requirements, and for the reporting we need the data from our clients. And yes, before we get the data, we need to explain to our clients what are we going to do with the data, what is the use of that data, etc. So it is all about education, communication, and the education is a very important part of activity of the bank. Let me summarize it into these three units. The most important, or let's say an important task for the client, is to finance sustainable investments. This is the whole purpose of banks, and they do it, of course, with pleasure. And the funds which are going to be invested into green and social project, and we don't have enough funding, so private sector needs to be involved, and the regulation is forcing us to do so. On the other hand, the banks want to or wish to invest such investments because they have their own targets in sustainability. And maybe I will also react to the question from SPP. I believe that the financing is lower cost finance if the company opts to go this way. Yes, for the bank it is good to have such credit lines, and at the same time the bank has to have a source of this advantage provided to the client. We don't have so many resources, but we have this vitalized funds, and this could be one of the options. In the future, the companies should not take it as granted that this will be that these green credit lines will be all of them will be very advantageous. So this is how we see it in the future. This was a task which was very well known and popular. But if I should take and speak about what is the more important role is to management of ESG risks. Well, the main principle of banking is the principle of cautious business. Why? We should take due care when handling the resources, because these are resources of those who deposited money with us, so the companies, the individual clients. So any problem in the banking sector would be negative and effective, not only those who deposited the money with us, but also the whole society. So that's why the banks have to be very careful and be very cautious how they manage money. As far as the management of traditional risks, the Slovak banking sector is really well covered. These risks are well covered. And on the other hand, we have brand new risks, these ESG risks. And I will say a few words later. And then we have these reporting obligations. We have also obligations like the companies, but even more obligations because we have the activity of lending money. So this results in some further obligations. ESG risks. Why we are doing this? Why we are managing this risk? Because we want to protect the money of those who deposited with us. I would put it into two types: physical ESG risk and transit ESG risks. These physical risks are actually our experience for throughout the year, and this summer is an extreme because of the extreme weather, dry spells, torrential rain, etc. And whether we believe it or not, we of course realize that it is much hotter than it used to be in the past, and this of course affects us, not only our health but also our property, because when there is some disaster, it doesn't select whose property it's going to affect. It affects everyone. And then the transit ESG risk, the company would say that it would just ignore this legislation. It would not provide the information to its customers, but it would result in certain financial losses. So we need to also give value to these risks. And we need to have this very complex view of our clients, both in terms of physical risks and also the transit risks. Our clients would, of course, not be happy if we would provide lending for real estate in a flooded area or area where it is expected to be flooded, or ski resorts. This project would be already deemed to fail, and this is also what we consider under transit risk. If it's a company in a problematic sector and they would say that they don't want to transfer, they don't want to have a strategy, that would be a problem. This is what the banks are considering and reviewing, and it has then it also has an effect on the financing of these companies. And the other reporting obligations, we got information about CSRD, but for the banks, this, let's say, the direct carbon footprint, we are not a direct producer of emissions, but we have indirect emissions through our lending. And if we look at the percentage of the ratio of the company, we should attribute to ourselves the same percentage of emissions. So the bank cannot be a green bank if the client is not a green client. So the bank will try to reduce their carbon footprint, and they can do it only through their lending portfolio. So we are helping ourselves, but also to our clients to understand why it is important to go through the transformation and enter this new era. And here I'm going to go through the governance. I'm not going to read all of this, but I would like to focus on what has been mentioned here before, how the legislation or how the reporting obligations affect the companies who are not obliged or who do not have this mandatory reporting. Business conduct. I'm not going to read all through all of this, but I would like to say that part of this reporting under the governance is also reporting on activities. What are our activities vis-a-vis our clients or customers? And part of that is disclosing or reporting how or what are the relationships with the suppliers, where we have this positive effect, which the smaller companies do not realize because they have not studied all this. But this legislation protects the smaller companies because the big companies must disclose whether they have the same or fair relation when it comes to payment procedures, the same approach with the large companies and then small and medium-sized enterprises. These companies have certain codes, how they behave, and what is their business conduct, and this fair relationship with small and big customers or clients. On the other hand, there is also the negative impact, or an impact which will bring some more work for the small and medium-sized enterprises. And that is that the company is supposed to evaluate, or it should disclose, whether when selecting suppliers, whether they also take into consideration the social and environmental aspects. And we are getting close to this environmental directive, which Mr. Pala mentioned in his presentation. This is under preparation. That I know also from practice that our clients are also, in case they are suppliers or business partners to German companies, they have already started with this reporting. And this is one of the answers. Who is going to educate also? Well, it is these big companies who can also contribute in this education. We as a bank have to educate. So before getting the data, whether this small and medium-sized enterprise has some environmental factors to disclose, we have to educate them together with these large companies. And we as banks are trying to do our share of work in this. Of course, the big companies, they have to do it because without the explanation, they can't move. And now I'm moving to the area what we are asking as a bank. Of course, governance is very important part of assessing our client, and of course the focus is on the environmental part, and the carbon footprint is something which we need to report, and this is important for the banks. But it does not mean that we do not look at the governance part. And specifically now in this stage of implementation of CSRD, we are asking whether they have an internal code of conduct vis-a-vis their suppliers. I think the companies which presented here, they mentioned that they do have, or whether there is a system of managing their relationships with the customers. And then again, we are back to the Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, whether they look at the uh, responsible conduct of also the subcontractors. And when we talked about some examples of good practice, so vis-a-vis their suppliers, I found an example. This is the Fair Trade Initiative, where the retail companies have already joined this supply chain initiative. And we have 14 signatories from the Slovak Republic who have signed this initiative and who signed up to be a fair business partner vis-a-vis their supplier. So whether this is only an administrative burden, I would say not. It's not only a burden, but it brings to those not affected parties or stakeholders also a lot of protection, and also the possibility to pursue themselves and get their products to the companies who can appreciate that the supplier appreciates the social values as well. So on my behalf, this is certainly an opportunity, not just a burden.
Thank you very much, Ms. Daubner. I would like to mention that not only auditors can advise, but also the community of banks. And Ms. Dabnerova is the author of the ESG manual issued for their clients. So the banks try to educate the customers, the clients. We have a good example that large companies answer the questions they recommend. Mr. Harakal, it was wonderful what you mentioned. Don't be scared. This is really a good statement. And the last panelist, thank you, Ms. Vitalosova, for staying with us until the very end. She's the last speaker, Ms. Erika Vitalosova from the Pricewaterhouse Company. She is a director and the ESG leader. Thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon. In the beginning, I would like to express my thanks to the organizers for such a valuable and beneficial meeting, because all the information is useful to us, can help answer questions related to the reporting. Thanks a lot to all of you who have stayed with us here. As you say, my presentation is the last one. It is a risk that many information I would like to share with you was mentioned, and this happened. A lot of information and data, and perhaps recommendations how to approach this topic were mentioned. So I will focus on the practices of an auditor, how we shall look at the quantitative and qualitative information and data. In my presentation, I will focus on 3 areas. I will not bother you with technical details related to the ASR Standard 1. We will also look at the relationship between the EU taxonomy and the ESR standards. The taxonomy was mentioned mainly in connection with the environmental pillar, but we will see whether it is also related to the governance. And in the last part, we will look at the qualitative information, and I will give you some examples of what the auditors should look at. The types of information that should be published. This is a nice diagram. The pillar that focuses on the governance, there is just one standard. So it's nothing special. Perhaps you would say that we do not pay a lot of attention to it, but it's not true. Governance should become the basic element for the company to be able to achieve the goals set. We help our customers in the implementation of the ESG reporting, and I stress always that it's not just about reporting. We have to have in mind the strategies about the impacts on the environment, about the opportunities you may see. And an opportunity may be an identification of a new product or an opening of a new market, or opportunity means new energy saving solutions. And it's also about the risks or threats. We have various risks and threats, and when the company forgets them, then it may get into troubles. Indeed, the governance pillar is very important, and we should not forget it. Concerning the themes and the standard itself, it is developed in a way that it provides some hints for the company to know what has to be followed in the trade behavior. Trade behavior means also business ethics, also corporate culture, which was mentioned here. And the top management or supervisory authorities should have the necessary skills to be able to manage all the activities. Also, the management of the supply customer relations, or pay procedure, pay discipline, and financial discipline, and also whether the given company uses also social and environmental pillar in the procurement. Also, whether the company is involved in some lobbying groups, and whether it has some links to some political parties. All this falls under this standard, and the structure is classical. So we have to have in mind the governance of policies and strategies. So then we have here the numerical values represented by numbers, figures, and are part of financial reporting. For many people, they are quite obvious. You see the numbers and you understand them. The second area I would like to mention is the relationship between the EU taxonomy and the ESR standard. We have the standards for sustainability. This table is very nice and it contains 12 standards to be followed. Many of you forget that there is also a taxonomy regulation. Sometimes you see it as a separate chapter. You know that publications related to taxonomy should be in the environmental part of the sustainability report. Taxonomy defines 6 goals of the environment. So it is focused on the environmental pillar. When you look and read the goals, they are identical with the thematic standards under the environmental pillar, just like adaptation to the climate change of the climate, water. Taxonomy leads the companies to invest in sustainable activities and technologies meeting these criteria, and then procedures, processes, and information in these ESR standards are followed. I would like to attract your attention to taxonomy with the evaluation of the minimum guarantees. Their evaluation is an important step that cannot be omitted. And what does it mean, the minimum requirements? The company or the auditor has to check whether the human rights are met, whether the standards are followed, or whether there is corruption or bribery present. I mentioned the corruption. The company has to have internal policies and procedures to be able to evaluate the minimum requirements to be met, that unfair practices are not applied. Also, human rights, be it our own employees or the employees as part of the value chain. Again, there is an overlapping. Reporting in sustainability is quite comprehensive. So you have to look at possible overlapping of certain requirements. I would like to mention that the information has to be consistent. You have to pay a lot of attention to it, so that the data within taxonomy will be identical with the data under the standards. Because if there is a discrepancy, then many questions will appear. Concerning the qualitative information, one question was raised on this. So I would like to tell you in a more practical way. The qualitative information means a description, categorization, or a rating. It means this is the information behind which you very seldom see numbers. Sometimes you cannot back up them by numbers. What shall we do as auditors? We, the auditors, in case of assurance and sustainability, will perform the limited assurance. So our processes and procedures will be less intense and will be limited. Many of you have experience in the financial audit. The auditor comes and asks about the processes and procedures. In this case, the auditor will come and ask, explain me, describe me, tell me how you do this, how you set the policies and processes, how you set up the internal control, or do you have a control of 4 eyes, and so on and so forth. This is similar for both audits. But what's the difference between the financial audit and this audit? In limited assurance, it's up to the auditor. Sometimes the auditor wants to test something from the financial area, but it's not done regularly. When you say that there is a division of responsibilities, when the auditor comes, the auditor asks for the invoices, and you explain that this person accounted the invoice and this person paid the invoice. For the sustainability audit, this will not be checked. In the audit terminology, we have a detailed testing. It may go into different lines. One is the substantive analytical procedure. Not all of you are aware of them. These are analysis, comparisons of expectations and reported information. In quantitative audit, the auditors will do it. Maybe not in the first year, because you cannot compare. But analytical procedures will be the core for the auditor's activity. And the second line, which is used by the auditors for detailed testing, is the selected set of invoices and accountings. So I try to explain it very simply for others, not only for the auditors. This is done for the financial audit. For the sustainability audit, this is not necessarily used. But again, it may well be that the auditor believes that it is more efficient, especially in the first year of reporting, and will ask for some supporting documents on publications. But back to qualitative information. This will primarily be verified. So we have to understand in details the process. How did you come to the publication of data? What was published and what was not published? So this is all about the qualitative information published as part of this audit. We can also ask for the supporting documentation. If you tell us that it is according to your internal guidelines, we will check whether you have such an internal guidelines. I prepared 2 short examples of publication. The first concerns a retail company. It's not important to read all the text. I just would like to attract your attention to the red highlights. The second line says that we differ from other companies due to the shorter average time spent by shopping, because there is a pre-selection assortment and fast turnover of the goods. And the last sentence is that we are very quick. It means the food products will not stay in the shop for a long time, and the customers enjoy the freshness of the food stuff. What does it mean? Isn't it some kind of a brainwashing? Again, as an auditor, I want to know whether these processes are supported by policies. Or another one, we have the most sophisticated system of risk management from among the retail companies. Based on what you said, auditors will have the right to ask such questions. When you have very vague and very general statements, they will dig deeper and deeper. Another example is from a production company, and they say we are the most innovative company in this sector. Again, it has to be supported by a survey. There should be mentioned the references on the basis of which this statement was said. So this information has to be backed up by other documents, so that in the end of the day it will not be misleading. Or another sentence, the efforts of our group to mitigate climate changes totally eliminated our carbon footprints, due to which we are carbon neutral. This has to be supported by numbers. As an auditor, I will ask the management, first of all, and ask the qualitative information, and we have to understand on the basis of what these statements were made. And the last sentence, all our infrastructure is fully resistant against any possible events related to the climate. I can hardly believe in this statement, because we have earthquakes, we have fire, we have floods, we have whatever. So it's not possible that the company is resistant against any such events. Thank you very much for your attention, and if you have questions, I'm here.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Vitaloshova, and thank you for coming back to this qualitative disclosures and metrics and these wonderful examples. We call it in performance audit that they use these words, everything or all or the best. So we are asking for the metrics based on which you have used this. I recall when I first did this performance audit, we opened the audit, we explained what we are going to do. And at the kickoff meeting, we asked the rector, there was a silence, and then he asked, don't you want to do a financial audit? I have no idea what do you want from us. And so this is all about the metrics and what it should be covered under disclosures. So you actually, I was going to ask what actually should be disclosed or presented when you are going to do this kind of audit. Well, it will depend on the disclosures. In some cases, we would be just asking questions to the management to better understand the processes, or sometimes we ask for the internal policies or internal documents to verify the statements or the correctness of the statements made. So the supporting documentation can be whatever you can imagine. So it's just to confirm that the statements which are made there are transparent, fair, and as I tried to show you on these examples, it will be primarily if there is a disclosure, it must be supported by internal policies, case studies, or anything that would support that piece of information or that piece of statement. In case of quantitative data, as I tried to explain, it should be through asking questions or asking for a procedure that is followed and a comparison with the current disclosure, or it could be the physical supporting documentation, like when talking about the carbon footprint, asking for the invoice, how much they pay for energy. Okay, let me turn to our panelists who they are not a mandatory company or not a company which has this mandatory reporting. But despite of that, you have decided to join this initiative. So how do you do it? Do you have a big team who does this? Because it's a small company. How do you do this? Well, exactly how you described it. We had to first sit down to study, to read and study the standard, what is expected from us. On one hand, it was quite simple because it could be felt from the beginning that the sustainability is something which has been already always part of the company. CEO is living with this principle. Well, it didn't have the form of a report as it is required now, but we started the two of us, and we started knocking at the door of our colleagues, looking for information, who can give us what information. And we found that we don't know much about us. So as any other company, we had to start somewhere. When asking questions, some people didn't really want to see us or hear us because it was an extra work for them. But after some time and explanations, we managed to get through this, and we convinced them that this is going to be a very useful tool. And the process of data collection is, of course, the major part of this effort. And we try to make it more efficient and automated. And we always try to make another step of improvement. And certainly it helps to set up the system and improve it better and better. For us as auditors, we can't say, well, don't get scared of the initial chaos. Well, I have a question from the audience. So this is a question for the banks. Whether the banks are going to review also ESG, also for the public sector entities. And I'm really happy that we have people connected who are in this public sector. Yes, the obligation to look at the ESG activities, this is a applicable to all our clients. We understand that some have it, some do not have this, and we understand its difference between state administration, public administration, and the business sector. And the focus is, of course, on those sectors which are carbon intense. We always ask the question because the carbon footprint for those more intense industries is, of course, more difficult. So we are going to focus on those sectors, but it does not mean that we are not going to look at those other companies and their ESG. We would like to explain to self-government, to local governments, that they should take steps in this field, in ESG, that it is in their interest, because it may happen that they will ask for a loan, and they would provide as a security some real estate, and we will explain to them that ESG is important in this respect. Thank you. That was the last question from Slido. Thank you, ladies, for coming, for answering our questions. We had the ladies club to close this last block. And the last point which we have is the president. I will ask our president, Mr. Andrassy, to summarize. Although I have a gift for him. It's a question. It came from a foreign supreme audit institution, and more of them are interested. They are asking whether the SAO is going to produce sustainability report. Thank you very much. And in order to evoke the impression that I have started to think about it, my answer is going to be a longer one, because we got this question. I don't know exactly from which SAO. I would like to answer that during this conference and after this conference, I am convinced that if even the SAO is going to fulfill its strategy, that part of the strategy which is talking about our social accountability, and if we are to fulfill our role which was given by the Constitution and the society, it's not about whether we want to, but it is our obligation to do this reporting, and if we know how to do it, then we should be the motivation for all of the others. I'm very happy to see that there are still a high number of you staying with us to close this conference, to fulfill my wish, which I expressed at the beginning, that this conference should be an inspiration for you. So I do hope that this has happened through our streaming service. I must say that we have not even expected it, but to have a national conference with the specialists and experts from our friends, the Czech Republic, we got it to an international level, and that the topic is interesting and important, and that this topic shouldn't be as something which scares us, but it is a challenge. It is what we heard from our colleague from Israel, Mr. Engelman, in his address, and that is by his wish to talk to you. It demonstrated that this topic is not just a Slovak one or a Czech topic or an EU topic, but it's a whole European, and it's a global, because ecology, environmentalism, social aspects, governance are topics which are cross-border topics, crossing the borders of nations and continents, and exactly like you talk about the social aspects and compliance with the human rights through the G element, it to look at with whom they are doing business in Africa or China or Latin America, because through their irresponsible conduct, they may support some business which is based on misuse or abuse of children for work. And then we are wondering that we can get very cheap products from these producers in Europe. So let me say, and with this very complicated topic, which we were afraid how this is going to turn out, and thank to organizing it with the team, and thanks to our Vice President, Mrs. Tsrkoniova, that we are not going to stay alone in this. And thanks to our Czech partners, thanks to our auditors community, that this is a mutually inspirational event. It's not about looking or pointing at that or that one. This is more successful, this is less successful in doing this, but should be about facing challenges. I came to a very interesting parallel with what we talk about audit. Audit is something which is exposed, which is showing you a mirror whether you are doing it well, whether you achieve your goals, whether it works or not. And when I looked at this abbreviation, ESG, through a mirror optics, I came to a conclusion which my colleague, the General Director, Mrs. Gazdova, said, and also with Mrs. Kasashova, that ESG, we have to look at it through the mirror optics, and whether someone likes it or not, this is going to work only if we have a quality G, that is governance. If we do not have responsible managers, owners of corporations, we will not get to E environment or S social, because everything starts and falls on those who are sitting here. Those are managers, those who are people who should be supporting those managers, owners of corporations. And in our business, we can't just look at what we are achieving through the prisma of today or tomorrow or this calendar year, but how these limited resources which are available, how can we utilize them not just for the present, but also for the future? ESG is prompting questions and challenges, which is not for us who are sitting here, but questions and topics which are about the young people or the children which are going to be born. Because if we do not place emphasis on sustainability, on healthy decision making, then the future of future generations is very questionable. So I'm deeply convinced that this is not only a challenge for the private sector, but it's a challenge for the state, because the state has committed itself to sustainable development, to the sustainable development and Agenda 2030. The EU has an instrument through the ESG, not only to talk about it, but also to act upon it. And finally, we have the tool, which is related to the philosophy, value, and culture, but which was impossible to grasp it. And when we ask them to help us to fulfill our obligation towards the international community, this is how we can do this. So I'm convinced that through ESG, we are transforming from words towards actions and showing whether we are able to fulfill our plans. So what we heard today, the culture of the corporation, the method of management, the values which are the pillars for the society, for the company, action plans based on measurable indicators. These are all can be accounted for and will present a real picture about who got involved in a sustainable and responsible functioning of the public administration. And as the question was posed, it is the obligation of not only of the SAO and also the European Association of Auditors. That's why we offered this idea of exchange of information, exchange of good or bad practice. So to all of you who participated here in Bratislava, I would like to extend thanks, because I believe this is exactly a specific or concrete step in what we promised to our partners, and not trying to show that the SAO in Slovakia has a patent of wisdom, but we wanted to show that when we join the forces, we can make a stronger push in this direction. So to conclude, let me thank you all participants for accepting our invitation, for taking part in this international conference. So let's applaud. At the same time, let me applaud who were first concerned, frightened, how to get into this and capture it. I think all the presentations were a high value as far as the presentation, the value and the data. They didn't get scared. And we were opening the chambers which were hiding this ESG, and then the responsible persons would have no fear when these new challenges come. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you have not had enough applaud, but let me ask you to applaud, the biggest applaud to those who have organized for several weeks before this conference. So let me thank the Vice President, Mrs. Tsrkoniova, who, together with her team, prepared this conference. And part of that team, Luba Gazdova, the General Director, was part of that. And I could name a long list of colleagues, but let me ask you to applaud and appreciate all my colleagues who participated in this event, organizing and preparing this event. Thank you very much. I had a list of notes for talking another hour and a half, but because of the climate change has materialized also in this hot afternoon in Bratislava. So let me close this conference and thank you for keeping with us for the whole day. And I promise that we will come up with something very interesting also in the future. Thank you.